No, it's all right. I'm not leaving. I just came out to tell you that I won't be returning to the residence tonight. I'm staying here.
Of course, Ambassador.
Everything okay?
Yes. Although I feel as though I'm asking them for permission.
Well, after all this time, I think we've got it.
You think we should send them out some cocoa?
No. Don't spoil them.
Mom?
Sam? Sam! 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 Are you all right?
Yeah. Where's Mom?
Oh, don't worry, she's not here. She rang to say she'd be home in the morning.
Get those alarms switched off. You two, round the back. Check the ground. Come on.
Hands in the air.
I'm only having a pee.
Get your hands up.
Ambassador,
Yes?
there's been a break-in at the residence.
Oh, my God. Just a minute. Sam? You all right?
No thanks to Mr. Logan's men. We're gonna have a cup of tea. Sam's been brilliant.
I'll be up in a minute.
I'm sorry about this, Ambassador.
If my housekeeper hadn't been here, what would have happened?
I'm deeply embarrassed.
Did you get the man?
An Englishman. He's denying he was responsible. Irish Special Branch will carry out a full investigation.
Your preliminary findings as soon as possible, Dermot. Sam?
Hi.
How are you feeling? You okay?
Where were you?
Michael's.
I thought something had happened to you.
I did tell Eileen.
But why didn't Eileen tell me?
You're probably asleep.
Are you going to marry him?
What?
Are you going to marry him?
I don't know. How would you feel if I did?
Depends. I'm going to go to bed.
Okay.
Night, Sam.
Night.
Do you like a cup of tea?
I'd love one.
Sorry, can you come again without your brother?
Where's Mr. Logan?
It's a micro transmitter.
A bug? Where was it?
In your sitting room, beneath the table.
Well, I'll have to inform the Foreign Office. And they will want to send in their own security team.
I understand.
Dermot, it's not a criticism.
You're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so. But anything you say will be written down and used in evidence. Do you understand?
Yeah, what I don't understand is why I've been held for this length of time.
The British ambassador's residence was broken into last night.
Nothing to do with me.
So what were you doing in the grounds?
I needed a piss.
So, you climbed over a 10-foot wall into the gardens of a house that's protected by guardians surrounded by 40 acres of open parkland.
Well, think about it. I saw the guardian hopped over the wall.
I don't follow.
You're a police officer, aren't you? It's against the law to have a slash in a public place.
You expect me to believe that?
God, it's true what they say about the Irish. Let me see someone from the British Embassy.
Why would anyone want to bug the residence? It's my home.
Morning, Susan. Well, the Guardian have got the man. It shouldn't be too difficult to find out who he was working for.
Yes, and Logan's promised us any further assistance that we need.
Harriet, don't involve Logan any more than he is already. For all we know, it could be the Irish who are involved in all this.
But would he have told us of his find?
Well, maybe he doesn't know everything that's going on.
Yes? Oh, Stephen. Stephen, the new consul's arriving and I'm running late. I may not be back in time.
That's not a problem. However, the London security team are on their way. Wouldn't you rather I covered your engagement so that you can deal with them?
Oh, no, that's very kind of you, Stephen, but I did promise Kevin Flaherty that I'd be there, and I am late.
I don't think it's Kevin Flaherty she's keen to see.
Tunefully interrupted, the Celtic superhighway is a symbol of the new links between North and South. and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the British government for their cooperation. And I'd also like to thank Cochrane Construction, in particular Mr. Michael Cochrane, who has worked tirelessly to meet this deadline. And of course, everybody else who has helped to make this road possible. Thank you. Okay, well, here it goes. God bless this road and all who drive in her.
Okay, all you decorators out. Security needs the space. No outsiders.
We are not outsiders. We work for the Foreign Office. We're vetted.
I don't care. Out. Now.
This contract has to be completed by the end of the week.
And they need the space. Go around the back and get yourself a cup of tea. It's probably all you're after anyway. They'll be gone soon. Now, out.
Need a hand?
Who let you in here?
I'm Catherine Grieve. I'm the new Consul General.
Oh, I'm sorry. The ambassador did tell me you were coming. I think I was expecting someone different.
That's okay.
It's all right, Eileen. I'm Stephen Tyler, the number 2 here.
Hello.
Hello. Lunch?
There was something I didn't say last night. How do you fancy a day's sailing?
When?
Oh. Well.
I can't get used to this.
Well, you better start to.
Not here, I don't think. Remember that day we met at Mount Juliet? That was the first day I'd had off in ages.
Right, well, that must be about 2 months ago. So you're due another.
You have got no idea what my workload's like.
Well, is there anything I can do to help?
Oh, I had to tell Sam where I was last night. Not had a chance to discuss it with him yet.
Well, he could come out with us. We'll all spend the day on the boat. Would that help, do you think?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe it would. What was it you wanted to say to me?
Well, not here.
Now go on.
Well, it would be worth taking the afternoon off for. Come on. Fortune favours the brave.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow it is. Bye.
John? I'm up here.
Okay.
Now, do we know yet who's behind this bugging?
Well, it's early days, really.
But what about the intruder? Has he got any political affiliations?
More than likely just a gopher.
Why hire someone British? Are we dealing with a British organisation? Or is it to do with the North?
Well, they may have used a Brit to throw us off the scent, you know.
What's the best you can do, John? You're supposed to be MI6.
Well, our first concern, Harry, is this lapse of security. Somebody needs to speak to Logan. What was the man doing last night?
They were looking after me. They weren't at the residence because...
Yeah, well, Logan should have anticipated that and posted more men.
OK, I'll talk to him. Any recommendations?
Early retirement?
Damn it! Get your feet out of my roses or we really will fall out.
Sorry.
Now, I've had the initial report from the FO team and they've made a number of recommendations. The most crucial of which is that there should be one of your men in the house at all times.
Fine, except the idea was that we should be as unobtrusive as possible.
Well, there was no danger of your obtruding last night.
It was my fault.
Damn it, I don't want to lose you. But I want to make sure that this never happens again. And I want to know why this creep came into my house to spy on me.
Yes, I know. I'm not sure the two things are related.
What do you mean?
One of my men had a look at the tape in the security cameras. They're time-coded. He assured me that the intruder couldn't have been in the house long enough to have planted that device.
Well, then what was he doing there?
We haven't discovered that yet.
So who did plant the bug? This doesn't make sense.
The transmitter we uncovered has a short battery life. It needs regular servicing. That type of device would only be used in situations whereby the listeners could be sure of easy access.
Why haven't the FO team picked this up?
That I couldn't say.
Tell him I need to start today. Tomorrow's too. Okay.
My study, now. Tell me about this bug that's been found.
What do you want to know?
It needs regular servicing, doesn't it?
Does it?
You know bloody well it does.
What's Logan told you?
Are you involved in this? Is that why you're being so unhelpful?
No.
But you do know about it. Why haven't you told me?
Because I knew this is how you'd react.
Is MI6 bugging me? On what grounds?
I can say that it's not you who poses the problem.
Well, who is it then, Sam? Has Sam been giving his pocket money to CND? Out!
Sam's not the only person you have a relationship with.
Nate? Nate doesn't live here anymore. He's travelling.
It isn't Nate.
Michael? Why? Why are they watching Michael?
I've already told you more than I should.
Tell me. I want you to tell me. This is me, John.
You sure about Cochrane?
What do you mean? What is it? Tell me!
Jeffrey Fry's on his way to see you. I'm sure he'll explain everything.
Fry? Why can't you tell me? Is MI6 listening to this as well? Come in. Oh, Catherine.
Ambassador.
I'm so sorry not to have met you.
Not at all. I totally understand. How are you feeling?
Fine. It's very sweet of you to ask.
Well, it is part of the consulate's duty to look after British victims of crime.
Oh, it's probably just some fool trying to climb over the fence. I'm not going to worry about it at all. I just hope he gets life imprisonment.
I've met him. It wouldn't be a loss. Is your family okay?
Sam, that's my younger son. He thinks there's a bit of excitement, and Nate's away.
It's good you've taken it so well. I'd have been furious. Do you think you'll increase security?
Do you know, I always find that the more protection you have, the more trouble you give yourself. I mean, look at Ceausescu. He had 3,000 bodyguards, and they still got him in the end.
I don't see you as a Ceausescu.
You don't know me well enough yet.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I have something urgent we need to discuss.
Oh, what a terrible first day for you. Look, I'll run through everything later on when I've got the chance.
Well, I will keep you updated with developments on the break-in, and if there's anything I can do, please just ask.
Thank you.
I apologise for this. You're settling in okay?
Yes, I think so. Excuse me. Hello, Catherine Grieve. Yes, thank you for getting back to me.
What is it?
The Deputy Under-Secretary is on his way.
Yes, I know. John told me.
Well, there's something going on. Harriet, I do hope people appreciate that because I'm applying for the ambassador's post in Chile, it doesn't mean I'm looking to leave. It's an opportunity, however. I am, as always, totally committed to my work.
Stephen, this isn't about you.
And I really wouldn't want you to think...
Six are spying on me.
What? Why?
I'm waiting to hear.
My God. Do you think we're all under scrutiny?
Be careful what you say. Geoffrey Fry's already at the residence. I have to go and see him. Forget Chile, Stephen. You play your cards right, you could end up being the next ambassador to Dublin. Geoffrey.
It's lovely to see you.
Come on, Geoffrey. You know you only ever come to see me when you've been told I need to be spoken to.
Shall we get it over with?
If you're going to use your study, Ambassador, I'll move my things out of here.
What do you think the Irish reaction would be to a rerouting of the Celtic superhighway?
Is that what this is about?
We wanted to sound you out. As you know, the planned route was agreed by the previous government. Now the new lot, faced with environmental pressure, have decided they want to renegotiate the route. They want to keep it from crossing an area of designated natural beauty and have it cross the border 20 miles further west.
But they've already started building the first section of road. We opened it this morning. That'd make it redundant.
It is a problem.
Geoffrey, the Irish will go crazy.
A lot more of the new road will fall on the northern side. We still have to make sure we can raise the extra money before committing ourselves to this new plan.
We have to inform them immediately.
And we will make some compensation.
What about Cochrane Construction? Is the British government going to ensure that he gets paid?
The FO is slightly uneasy about your relationship with Mr. Cochrane.
There's no conflict of interest, Geoffrey. My concern here is for the welfare of a British firm.
Is it?
Is that why MI6 are monitoring me?
It's not you they're monitoring. We don't spy on our own ambassadors.
Yes, they are. You are. I want these bugs removed from my home immediately.
Cochrane has been observed associating with the paramilitaries. 6 have reasonable cause for concern. Their measures have been taken purely in response to your affair. Think of Profumo.
I want these bugs removed.
End it, Harriet. That's all you have to do. End it.
See some fantastic birds out here. If we had time, we could get to the Saltee Islands. It's a sanctuary for all kinds of migrating birds. Puffins, cormorants, razorbills. I'll take you there someday.
Michael, I need to talk to you.
Look, if it's about the thing I was going to ask you, I think you've guessed what it is already.
No.
You don't know? I thought that's why you were pulling away, because you thought I was moving too quickly.
Please don't say any more. This is hard enough as it is.
You make it sound very ominous.
Do you have any links with paramilitaries?
See. So that's what this is all about. Is that what they told you?
Is it true?
Look, the people who want to make a problem for us, they know I have to have these dealings. It's not paramilitaries. It's organised crime. Sure, I know, I'd be naive not to think that, of course, there are links.
Do you pay protection money?
Come on, Harriet, this is stupid.
Do you?
I don't have a choice. It's how things are done. If I don't pay protection, the road doesn't get built. I've just taken on upward of 200 men in an area where there is nothing. I may take on more.
I understand all that. I know you. I know your intentions are honourable.
This is not about good intentions. There's nothing there, Harriet. I'm going to build a road. A road. Don't let this come between us.
Look, I'm the bloody British ambassador to Ireland. Of course it's going to get in our way.
I don't like the things that I have to do. If I could build this road without paying protection, I would, believe me.
Then build it.
Oh.
You say you want to make a difference. Well, then do it. I really am compromised by this. I'm in the shit because the man I'm involved with pays money to men with guns. This will destroy us. I've finished my relationship with Michael.
Well done, my dear. I know there's never a happy ending to these things.
During the course of our conversation, he told me that he's recently taken on 200 men to work on the road, and he's about to take on some more. I think we should urge the government to reveal their plans to Mr. Cochrane.
It'll take a little while before you're able to see things afresh.
This has nothing to do with my feelings for Michael. I'm concerned for these people.
Are they British subjects?
You can't just offer somebody a job one day and take it away the next.
Firms do it all the time.
That doesn't make it right. The government has a responsibility.
You can't inform Cochrane. I'm sorry, Harriet, that's the government line. This Trades Initiative bash tonight, is it black tie?
Yes.
Harriet?
Yes?
Fry's cancelled his return flight.
Right.
Why is he still here?
I have no idea, Stephen.
Oh, Ambassador, just to update you, they're still holding Rawlins. He's still professing his innocence, but they've taken fibres from his clothing and matched them to the knife. Don't tell me you didn't know about the knife.
Of course I did.
Logan's men found it in the garden. I thought you would know.
Do you think something like that would happen and I wouldn't be told about it?
No. No, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you anything. I should have realised you'd be well ahead of me on this. I'm sorry. I won't trouble you again.
Susan, I've changed my plans. I'm going home.
Yes, Ambassador.
Back up.
regarding your wife?
Divorcing her, screwing me for everything. She thinks this job is one long holiday. I used to come home and she'd want me to decorate.
Is there any chance anywhere of getting any peace in this house?
We haven't finished it.
Well, you have now.
I want a decent lawyer, a Brit. That Irish one you gave me, I don't know what bar he practiced at. They're now accusing me of trying to assassinate the British ambassador.
So start telling me what you were doing.
I don't have to tell you.
I don't have to get you another lawyer.
You're paid to look after me.
You tried to kill my boss. Now you expect me to help you?
As God is my witness, I wasn't even going to touch the ambassador.
You'll have to do better than that. Unless you're going to get God to stand up in court for you.
I have nothing against your ambassador. I don't even know what she looks like.
So why were you carrying the knife?
It wasn't to hurt anyone with. You have to help me. I'm a British subject.
So is the victim. You're wasting my time.
You know this charge is rubbish.
Well, quite frankly at the moment, I don't care. If you want to tell me the truth, then I may be able to help you. If not, well, we'll monitor how you're being looked after, and we may be able to help you get transferred to a British prison, though of course how long that will take depends.
You're a bitch.
Life's a bitch. Are you going to tell me or not?
Wait. I was trying to steal a painting.
Desmond, you know Geoffrey, don't you?
Geoffrey, how are you? Nice to see you.
Can I have a word with you both?
Kevin, what is it?
I need to talk to you. Is it true that your lot want to rescind the agreement for the proposed route?
You're talking about the road?
No, don't pretend to me you don't know what I'm talking about. Now, if what I've heard is true, we've just built the longest cul-de-sac in the world.
Where did you hear this story?
Well, Cochrane has just come to me, asking me if he's still going to be paid.
Do you excuse me a moment?
Geoffrey, all well?
Yes.
I understand why you're so angry.
How could you not tell me?
Where did you hear this?
No, answer my question.
I can't comment on what you've heard.
I can't comment. You're talking to me like we're not even friends. A few hours ago on the boat, I was going to ask you to marry me.
Oh, Michael. Can you understand that there are things that I would love to tell you and I can't? It's my job. You have no idea how much this is hurting me. And what hurts me most of all is that I would love to marry you.
Where's the leak come from?
Has the embassy had this problem before?
You think it came from us?
How have you found Harriet recently?
She's been her usual self.
Is that good or bad?
Well, we all know her strengths.
And her weaknesses? You're so loyal, Stephen. It's an important attribute for a deputy. Not so much for an ambassador. One reason Smith always stands out is she's very much her own man. How did Cochrane find out?
Not from me.
I warned you, Harriet. You're foolish if you think you'll get away with this.
Not as foolish as anyone who'd think I'd try. Now, I will talk to Cochrane and Flaherty and persuade them not to speak to the press.
Stephen will do that.
What's going on?
Oh, you tell me. I've been set up.
By who? Oh, Harriet, you've got this all wrong.
Have I?
So where's Harriet? I would have thought that this little embarrassment would have warranted sending the ambassador.
The ambassador's absence is indicative of the British government's desire not to ever react. We very much regret the way this came out.
The fact is you want to reroute. Now, what are you going to offer us in return?
Our government is working on a proposal.
Oh, I've already got one. Britain funds the rerouting and extends the now redundant stretch of road so that it connects with the towns further south.
But this could cost millions.
Yes. And what was Her Majesty's government going to offer me? 2 tickets for the Dublin Horse Show?
Mr. James Nugent, please contact reception. Thank you.
Ambassador, it's London. On the phone from Mr. Fry again. Do you know where he is?
No. Take a message. Stephen, you here to see me?
Geoffrey.
Am I being sidelined?
No one's told me what's going on. But if they did, I would tell you. Harriet, I want you to know that I didn't seek out the job of dealing with Flaherty last night. Is there anything I can do to help?
Thank you, Stephen. I don't think anybody can.
Yeah.
John, I need to talk to you.
Well, I'm not sure that I can fit that in right now.
I need your help.
Okay, well, let me get back to you on that and I'll see what I can do. Yeah. Bye.
I wasn't sure if she'd come. I thought police still listening.
We're safe enough here.
I want to know the truth about what's going on.
I don't know the truth.
Come on, John.
Harriet, Six are not involved in this leak. This is not some conspiracy. Nobody's out to get you.
Yes, they are. They want to destroy my relationship with Michael.
As far as everyone's concerned, you gave them information you were not at liberty to disclose.
They're wrong.
They're going to want proof of that.
You're saying I'm a liar.
I'm not saying anything. Just can't believe you'd risk everything for a man like him.
You don't know anything about him.
Harriet, unless you can convince Six you're no longer a security liability, everything you've worked for, everything you've achieved, it's over. Did you leak him that information?
No, I didn't.
Then who did?
I don't know.
Have you asked him?
No, I haven't.
Well, I think you should. I think you should go to him and ask him to help you. If he cares about you, he will.
Can't keep away, eh?
No. They think I told you about the road.
You should have done.
They think that I disobeyed them because I'm infatuated with you.
You are.
Don't, Michael, don't. I could lose my job. Who told you about the road?
I can't tell you. I won't betray them.
So you're placing this person above me?
You understand about principles, Harriet. Your government may not have any, but I do. And I thought that was one of the things you valued about me. I gave them my word I wouldn't betray them, and I won't.
But I'm risking my career for you.
For yourself. Look, you want this to work, so do I. But don't say you're doing it for me. Don't try to blackmail me, Harriet. It can't always be the FO, your job, your career, that dictates how I behave, what I do. Look, I'm having an affair with you, not the Foreign Office. I need time to think.
How was your second day? Any more news on the intruder?
Yes. Yes, he's admitted that he was trying to steal a painting.
He's an art thief?
That's why he was carrying the knife. To cut the canvas. Apparently that small whistler in your reception room is worth over 100,000.
And you didn't think to tell me this? I've been worried sick about this man.
But when we last spoke...
I thought he was some kind of a madman.
But you told me you didn't need to be outdated, Ambassador. Or at least that's what I thought you said. Maybe I was mistaken.
No, you're not. I'm sorry, Catherine. I'm sorry this has absolutely nothing to do with you. I am just sick to death of people not telling me things.
What's going on?
It's everybody trying to get involved in my life. Why do men find it so upsetting that I should want a career and a relationship? Why do they think that the one threatens the other?
It's an occupational hazard.
Like having to dance backwards. Thank you, Catherine.
You all right?
Yes. Catherine. This was off the record.
Where did you get this information?
Why?
I need to know, that's why.
I'm working at the residence. I listened in on the ambassador. Why?
I'm going to have to tell her.
You bastard.
I've been recalled.
No.
And what is it?
I discovered the source of the leak.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I've reported the information to MI6, satisfied you're not responsible.
Who is it?
One of the decorators. Cochrane was paying him to spy on you.
It wasn't how it sounds.
Explain it to me.
The man contacted me. He said he had information that would be valuable to me.
So you paid him?
A tiny amount, yes. Look, he's a little man with an eye to the main chance. I had no idea where the information came from or how he came by it.
And you didn't ask?
I was keen to know what was going on. I didn't have the go-ahead for the northern section of the road. I suspected something was going wrong. When I got the information, I had no idea it would cause all this trouble for you.
Why didn't you tell me who he was?
I just told you I didn't know who he was. Anyway, I'd given him my word. He helped me survive, and I didn't want him to go to prison.
Which he will, and he deserves to.
What about us? I mean, what does this do to us?
Oh, Michael.
I can change.
Maybe I can't.
Harriet, I won't accept this.
I am sorry. Sam?
Smells good. Wanted to show you something. You probably won't believe me, but I've taken them all out. Hi, Sam.
Hi.
John, I do believe you.
Have a good weekend.
There we are.
Thank you. Eileen cuts the crust off.
Tough. What do you fancy doing this weekend?
Dunno.
I wonder if we could hire a boat. I've always wanted to see the Salty Islands.
You're on British soil. You must leave immediately or you will be arrested. Piss off! This is Ireland!
Did he say piss off?
I think so, sir. Yes.
Arrest him.
We're on the road to God knows where.
It's the finest shot I've ever hit in my life. Over the lake, edge of the green.
Oh, that's you replaced in the reshuffle.
Well, that's what I thought, Harriet. I truly did.
What did the Taoiseach say?
Oh, he shook my hand and called me Tiger. He still does. Hey.
Right.
Excuse me, Harriet.
Yes, I have to go too. Do excuse me.
Perhaps it's your diplomatic training, but I've got to compliment you. You're the first woman I've ever met not to doze off one of my golf stories.
I'm just grateful you don't fish, Tiger.
The Western industrialized nations, with 25% of the world's population, burn 75% of the fossil fuels.
Is that so?
We have to restrict production. We shouldn't go on selling licenses to drill for oil in the North Sea, or the Irish Sea for that matter. Taxation is really the only way to curb the greed of the rich, don't you think?
Yes. That and death. Excuse me.
Rockall.
I know it well. I'm one of those sad souls who wakes up to the shipping forecast. It's uninhabitable.
Someone forgot to tell him. The Royal Navy took this chap, O'Neill, into custody and are en route to Scotland, where he'll be delivered to the sheriffs and charged. Rockall falls into their jurisdiction.
Why did he strap himself to the rock?
To get publicity, I expect. Some sort of environmentalist is my guess. The EU Global Warming Conference is in Dublin, so it's a fair bet.
What kind of environmentalist paints an Irish tricolour on a rock?
An Irish one?
Exactly, an Irish one. Now, there've only ever been 2 territorial disputes between Britain and Ireland, Northern Ireland and Rockall. This isn't about the environment, this is about who owns Rockall. In the light of Flaherty's rapid departure from lunch, I may have to defend the Navy's overreaction.
Well, they had to defend British claims to the rock and the water around it. The fishing, the mineral rights.
Yes. I don't want a maverick nationalist to disrupt the progress we've made in the north. I mean, this isn't the Falklands, for God's sake. Make sure John's up to date about this. Where is he? In his office?
No, he's flying the flag at the Global Warming Conference.
Ah.
How much time do we have?
Enough. They can save the world without us.
What did you tell your boss?
I had to get something.
I think I could help you with that.
Harriet, we're extremely disappointed in the actions the British have taken. An Irish man on an Irish island.
Not an Irish island, Kevin. It's British.
No, it is not. We've never recognised your claims to Rockall.
Our government's position has never changed. We have consistently maintained that it is part of the United Kingdom.
Oh, believe me, I'm familiar with your claims. We just think they're a load of rubbish.
Kevin, you and I aren't going to solve this problem here. It's the subject of United Nations arbitration.
Which the British refuse to respect as binding. You know, I never expected these new Labour boys to be so pig-headed. With the last lot, well, we'd grown accustomed to this sort of behaviour.
If you don't mind me saying so, Minister, insulting the government is possibly not the best way forward.
And do you think, Ambassador, that using the British Navy to arrest an Irishman on an island whose ownership is disputed at best, do you think that's a sound way forward?
I don't know all the circumstances surrounding the incident, so I wouldn't want to pass comment until I did.
Unlike me, is that what you're trying to say?
I wouldn't presume to judge your response.
Would it not have been a wise thing to have warned Mr. O'Neill and sent him on his way? I don't know, dropped him in Donegal with his train fare.
If he has committed a crime in Britain, then he must face the British justice system.
Rockall is not British, it's Irish.
Oh dear, I fear we're going round in circles.
Okay, well, let's put aside for the moment that Rockall is Irish and pretend, why don't we, fantasize in our wildest dreams that it might, just might, be British. What's he charged with, huh? Being Irish in Britain.
You've arrested him on a malicious damage charge for painting a rock without planning permission from the council.
I'm as amazed as you are, I can tell you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Seeing as it's Irish and all.
That's enough.
Not nearly enough, if you ask me.
I don't.
And I'm not surprised. I'll be heard. You can be sure of that.
The accused is ordered to remove the painting at once.
It'll be long gone by now. Mother Nature's seen to that.
And pay costs of £50.
Dermot O'Neill was a commercial fisherman in Donegal. When we claimed the territorial waters around Rockall and restricted fishing there, he burned his boat, claiming he could no longer make a living. He became a folk hero overnight. He pops up from time to time, agitating for Irish nationalism. Rockall is his pet issue.
And we choose this moment to arrest him.
Well, perhaps he wanted to be arrested. His objective is to force Flaherty to put Rockall onto the public agenda.
Well, by arresting him, we may have done just that.
Well, it's Flaherty's problem, not ours.
Maybe, but Flaherty has a point.
Not much of a one. The island is British. I think you responded the only way you could.
I didn't respond, John. I stonewalled.
You're not going native on me, are you?
Not yet, but it's tempting.
Don't say that too loud. You might end up in South America.
Well, unfortunately, O'Neill does exist, and much as I wish he didn't, he could become a political nuisance. Oh, John, I forgot to ask, how was the conference?
Had its moments.
The press office want to speak to you as soon as possible. They need an official reaction on Rockall.
Well, that shouldn't be difficult policy, right?
Right. I'm off to London tomorrow. Final interview at the FCO for the ambassador's post in Chile. If you felt so inclined, perhaps a word in their ear?
Yes, of course. Good luck, Stephen. You deserve it.
Well, if I can set aside my nerves and put my best foot forward and not waffle on too much, perhaps they will agree.
Oh, I do hope so. I'm desperate to be rid of you.
Thank you, Harriet.
Sam, I'm home! Sam?
Your mother's home. Did you not hear her calling?
I heard her.
See? You're not feeling well?
I'm fine.
No, I don't think you are.
Hello?
Michael? I got your flowers. They're beautiful, thank you.
Oh, this is nice. I didn't expect you to call. I've missed you.
Is everything all right?
Yes, everything is fine, Harriet. Look, I've never been very good at meaningless chit-chat. I want to see you.
Michael, I can't. I've explained.
Look, if I compromised you, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It won't happen again.
It isn't as simple as that.
It is if you want it to be. Come on, meet me Thursday.
Michael.
8 o'clock, my house. I'll cook dinner for us.
Michael, I really can't.
Don't answer now. Take a couple of days to think about it. I'll be waiting. Whether you turn up or not will be your answer. I'm glad you like the flowers. Good night, Harriet.
I'm claiming Rockall for the Irish people. I thought you should.
That's all right. Eamon.
You're off with me. I'm speaking to the ambassador. My name's David O'Neill. How do you do?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm busy.
I can see that.
I'm not a nutty, you know. I'm just trying to make my point.
I can see that too.
Well, aren't you a fine, decent, and observant woman?
Thank you.
And being decent, do you accept our claim?
It was nice meeting you, Mr. O'Neill.
For me as well. You let the British government know then, will you?
Ah, Stephen, good to see you.
Chile is well placed to become the engine room of South American economic progress. The free market reforms instituted by Pinochet have meant a very high standard of living in third world terms. Britain needs to have a visible presence there to capitalize on the commercial potential of the country.
Good, Stephen. Yes, I think we can all agree on that. It's a high-profile posting. The retiring ambassador was a very popular figure at the Smartest Country Club. What's your handicap?
Handicap?
Golf, Stephen?
I've never really taken to the game myself.
Oh, wasted opportunity that, all those years in Dublin. Still, I know a lot goes on there. I suspect you were a bit of a culture buff.
Well, it would be nice to think I am, but frankly, I don't really have much time for anything but work.
He's done what?
On RTE this morning, O'Neill announced his candidacy for the Dáil in your constituency.
My constituency? Oh, God, the things that are sent to try us. Well, I look forward to kicking his arse, put it on an 8-year nub.
The Irish government has never had the backbone. They don't want to damage their cozy relationship with the British. Happy to be their whipping boy. Well, I'm not, and most Irish people aren't. So I'm saying if you're not happy, join me now. The Irish government has never made a legal counterclaim to Britain's claim on Rockall. They've only said they don't accept Britain's claim. Mr. Flaherty is obviously a weak man. Weak men don't deserve our trust. Weak men don't deserve to be in government.
After his announcement, the Independent took an opinion poll in Wicklow.
Oh, those instant polls are useless.
Oh, absolutely, sir.
What was the result?
Oh, you did very well, sir. 44% of the vote.
And O'Neill?
Well, they've been showing video footage of him all day, chaining himself to Rockall. A video he shot himself, very poor quality, but nearly everybody's seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Do you want to?
No. How did he do?
The election is a long way off, sir.
Minister, the British ambassadors just issued a statement asserting their long-standing sovereignty over Rockall.
That's very good of them. What are friends for? So how did he do?
39%.
Do you want a drink?
Yeah, good. That'd be great. Yeah, thanks.
Captain of the Mary Elizabeth, stand by to be boarded. This is a restricted area. You are fishing British territorial waters.
Who's the captain?
I'm the captain.
I'm arresting you for incursion into and fishing British territorial waters under the Island of Rockall Act 1972.
And I'm arresting you for piracy. And I don't know what act that comes. Hello. Line him up, lads. Right, you hear the man.
HMS Hibernia followed the Mary Elizabeth to the 12-mile limit off Donegal. The Irish boat then set a course for Dunglow, where she's registered.
Dunglow? That's where O'Neill's from, isn't it? Is he behind this?
Inspired it, not behind it.
The men's safety?
Well, it wasn't a premeditated act. I'd say they weren't in any immediate danger, but no one's got a crystal ball.
Guardy?
Alerted and watching the coast.
Sorry I'm late. My flight was delayed.
How did it go?
I don't play golf.
Right. The FCO says that we are not to make any comments and not even to acknowledge that the incident took place. Understood? Catherine, I want you to organise a driver and a security detail and be ready to go to Dunglow.
Yes, Ambassador.
The Irish people have entrusted you to enforce the law. That's all we're asking you to do.
We have been falsely imprisoned. I want these men arrested.
Charge these men with the crime they've committed.
What crime?
Piracy.
Well, the Gardaí didn't know what else to do. They're being held in Dunglow, and the Gardaí have been given strict instructions not to speak to the media.
I have my consul standing by, ready to go to Dunglow and collect our men. I want you to intervene and see that they're released.
Can we speak frankly? You've put me in a political bog, you know that. O'Neill has a fair bit of grassroots support over Rockall. Your navy has played right into his hands. It's like a red rag to these lads, and I can't be seen to betray Irish interests now, can I?
You'll intervene.
A little help from your side would make life easier. O'Neill has found himself a very potent issue, and he'll squeeze every last drop out of it.
Mr. O'Neill's political aspirations are your problem, Kevin, not mine.
Well, thank you for being so understanding, Harriet. Look, so long as O'Neill is the darling of Dunglow, he threatens to tie my hands.
You will intervene.
If they committed a crime in Irish waters, I'm afraid they'll have to face the Irish justice system.
Oh, Kevin, don't try to score points. This is too serious. Northern Ireland is our common agenda. Don't let Rockall or anything else detract from that. Intervene.
Pull round the side and wait. Catherine Grieve, British Consul. Gentlemen, if you'd like to come with me. Commander. The back door. Discretion being the better part of valor.
Kevin Flaherty isn't man enough to say plainly that Rockall belongs to us. The water around it belongs to us. The fish in that water belongs to us. Then we will. It's a disgrace that we let Britain decide what's ours and what's not.
Hey, David, it's a reporter from the Times.
O'Neill. That's a lie. No, listen to me, there's nothing in it. It's all a lie.
Correct.
I've been done. Well and truly done.
It seems Mr. O'Neill has been taking money from Transat Oil to provoke a fight. Never about Rockall, not even about fishing, just oil. Allegedly, Transat, an American multinational, was illicitly
and illegally
exploring for oil on the Rockall shelf without a license in disputed waters. It was in Transat's interest to get Ireland to claim those waters so they could apply for a license to drill from Ireland rather than from Britain.
Why would it matter where they get the license from?
Ireland reduced the corporation tax on its oil revenues. They're well below Britain's. So Transat Oil could save tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in tax.
O'Neill was simply a straw man. Clever, really, isn't it? Greed doesn't play quite so well as nationalism.
He must have been getting a substantial kickback.
Must have.
I got this last night. Caledonian Oil has applied for a license in Britain to drill in precisely the same waters.
Well, that's Transat scuppered.
Amazing coincidence, isn't it?
It's a win-win all round. No mention of the Irish fishing boat. Transat and O'Neill exposed.
It's a result, all right.
Yes. Yes, it is. How are our naval friends? Safely back in Scotland?
They left Belfast about an hour ago. Any means of confirming the fishing boat incident will have disappeared with them.
Good. Well done, Catherine. Well, that should put a smile on Flaherty's face. Is it true?
Does it matter?
Well, fortune favours the brave, isn't that it, huh?
Morning papers, phone-in shows, they're all picking up on it.
It's nothing less than divine intervention. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll send this chap at the Times a good bottle. What do you think?
Would he take it to be a bribe, sir?
A bribe? Don't be ridiculous. You're right. It'd be wasted on him anyway. Get the glasses. Well, Mr. O'Neill, you're out of your depth now, my son. Has the corrupt little bastard made any comment?
Oh, yes, sir. He says it's a lie.
Well, he would, wouldn't he? Caught lining his own pocket. And that's the best he could manage, was it? It's a lie.
No, sir.
He'll probably blame the press, threaten to sue. That's what they always do.
He's not done that, sir. He's blamed you.
Me?
He says you planted the story.
Well, that's a lie. A self-serving, bald-faced lie.
Yes, sir.
I'll sue the little...
Yes, sir.
No one believes him, do they?
Anne, how are you? I was just going to give you a call.
Are you responsible for this?
For what?
You used me.
No, don't be silly.
That's exactly what I've been. That report was confidential. You found it in my apartment and you leaked it.
Why on earth would I do that?
I trusted you.
Miss McFarlane's leaving. She's not to disturb me again.
There's no fear of that, you bastard!
We intended to pick a fight. We shouldn't be surprised we've got one. We can fight as dirty as the next man. They're trying to make this about me. We've got to keep this about Rockall. Flaherty's a clever bugger. Whatever our next move is, it's got to be one he doesn't expect.
I'm looking for Dermot O'Neill.
You found him.
Can I buy you a drink?
Don't drink with people I don't know.
If you're a reporter, you can piss off.
My name's Anne McFarlane. I work for Transat Oil.
Then you can't buy me anything, Miss McFarlane. What will people say?
They'd say you missed the chance to find out who lied about you and Transat Oil.
If it wasn't Flaherty, then...
Hi.
Spying on me?
Why, have you got some secrets I should know?
None that I can think of. Do you?
None that you should know.
Oh, very mysterious. What am I to make of that?
A meal?
Was that an invitation to dinner?
I'm fairly certain it was, yeah.
Where is he?
Upstairs.
Sam? You all right? Sam? Talk to me.
I'm fine. I got enough fight. It's no big deal.
Yes, it is. I want you to be brave enough to walk away from a fight.
Okay, Mum. Thanks.
Let me look at you. Oh, Sam.
You wouldn't understand. What else could I have done?
Look, if you're having a problem with someone, you just tell the headmaster.
Yeah, right.
Oh, well, then I will.
I don't think that would be the best thing to do, Harriet. If you don't mind my saying.
Could I have a word with you, please, Eileen? Don't contradict me in front of Sam.
I'm sorry. I just thought the boy needed someone on his side.
I'm on his side.
Of course you are.
If you have something on your mind, Eileen, tell me.
I don't want to contradict you.
Just tell me.
What he needs right now is a friend, not a lecture. You may even be right, but it makes no sense at all to a young lad who's taken a beating because he's the son of the British ambassador. Even if he could walk away, he wouldn't. Not just because he'd be disgracing himself, but because he'd be disgracing you. Oh, I've said too much and made you cross.
No. No, you haven't.
You've known Harriet a long time, then.
Years, yeah.
You obviously like working with her, and she's obviously loyal. She seems very straightforward.
Yeah, too honest for her own good sometimes.
That may say more about you than her.
It may.
Salad for me, I think.
Rabbit food, huh?
Now let me guess. You're a meat eater.
Preferably on the bone.
Sorry I'm late. Sam needed a friend. Maybe I do too.
No, you're not late.
Nightcap?
No, thanks.
Breakfast?
You won't pull tonight, John.
And that sounds promising. Leaves a lot of other nights.
Do you flirt with everyone so blatantly?
Oh, I haven't started to flirt yet.
This is just your natural charm.
Absolutely.
The full attack must be awesome.
Should we find out?
Save it for another time. I'm too tired to appreciate it.
Now that sounds like an invitation.
No, it's just a good night. Thank you for a lovely evening. I'll see myself home.
Sometimes I don't think I try enough, and others I try too hard. Sam's no longer a boy, and he's not quite a man. I think he needs a man to talk to.
I'll help if I can.
I know. I know you would. I don't think he listened to anyone.
Well, he'll get through it, I'm sure.
Will I?
Yes, I think so.
Were you ever bullied as a child?
When I was 12 at boarding school, there was this kid called Frankie Sheldon. My voice hadn't broken yet.
What did you do?
Well, I suffered in silence for a long time and then summoned up the courage to tell the housemaster. 2 years later, Frank Sheldon was my best friend.
That's a happy ending.
Now, it's difficult to know what to do when you're Sam's age.
I don't know how to get through to him.
Well, if he listened to his mother, he wouldn't be a teenager, would he? You have to go?
I really should.
Do you feel uncomfortable here?
Yes. I miss you.
Then why do you feel uncomfortable?
We both know I can't stay. Not as long as you're paying protection money.
It's not political. They're not terrorists. It's business. I have to pay.
I have to go.
If you're worried about being seen with me, we could always be discreet.
I don't want to be discreet. I want to be with you. And I can't. Not until you stop.
All right. I'll stop.
Excuse me, there hasn't been a message for Nicola, has there?
No.
Nothing at all?
Sorry. Do you want to call him?
I don't want to hear another lame excuse. What kind of a guy does that? Makes a date and then doesn't turn up?
Kind of a guy who's blind.
I guess I just have rotten taste in men.
Maybe your luck will change.
Well, it's his loss, isn't it?
It certainly is. Can I buy you a drink?
You're not going to try and pick me up, are you?
No, I was just going to try and buy you a drink.
You're Scottish.
Yeah. John Stone.
Nicola Keeley. A glass of Chablis, please. He's buying.
Make that a bottle.
I've thought about your requirements. I'm not going to pay. You'll get nothing more out of me.
Well, that's very disappointing. You're a dead man, Michael.
The physical nature of rockall renders a birth, or even a burial, impractical. These may seem remarkably archaic methods.
Take milk with your coffee.
Marking territory or establishing sovereignty, but the practice goes back many hundreds of years and is firmly grounded in common law which is internationally recognized, as in the case of foreign burial grounds, which
Obviously
might
not.
further our claim. Of course, this is an ancient dispute. A British wedding or birth on Rockall would reinforce our claim in law and make it unassailable.
A wedding? Well, if a wedding is what it will take, a wedding we'll have to have. Find me a couple that are planning to tie the knot, or I'll be forced to get hitched myself.
What does Michelle, Chalky's lass?
Oui, Michelle. I didn't know she was old enough to have a boyfriend.
Oh yeah, Peter he's called, and from what I hear, a wedding is long overdue.
Do you think Father Mark will be game?
He gets terrible seasick.
Father Luke?
Father Luke, now with a few jars on him, he's the bravest man done low.
Toilet? I see. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, fine. I've got them with me. Bye.
Any good news? In the papers, Stephen. Papers.
Transat Oil deny any link to O'Neill. They're threatening to issue writs.
That's all they can do. O'Neill must be a desperate man.
Transat's claiming that the account where the money was lodged was fraudulently set up by a third party.
When you're beaten, claim conspiracy?
Mr. Stone, the ambassador would like to see you right away.
All right. See you later, Stephen.
down to the station questioning.
Would you excuse me, gentlemen?
Hi, Catherine. What is it, Harry? What's the matter?
John, I've always trusted you. Always believed I'd get the truth from you.
You can.
Good. We have a problem.
Tell me what it is. I'll sort it.
You've been accused of rape by an Irish girl called Nicola Keeley.
Oh, God.
It's not true.
I'm glad to hear it. But the accusation has been made.
You know I didn't do this.
I'm sure you didn't. However, I need to know everything that went on. I don't want any surprises further down the road.
Fine. Okay.
Do you know her?
I met her last night at a restaurant. Had a drink with her.
And she went home with you?
Yes.
Never met her before?
No.
Did you have sex with her?
Yes.
Did she consent?
Of course she can get back to my flat, for God's sake.
Did you hurt her?
No, I slept with her last night. I did not rape her.
Do you often pick up strangers?
Occasionally.
With no regard for the security implications?
Well, I thought you would have understood that, considering your relationship with Mr. Cochrane.
That's not worthy of you, John.
I'm sorry. Look, yeah, I know what I'm doing, okay?
Well, either your judgment was very bad or you did rape the girl. All right. After you've helped the Gardaí with their questions, they may decide to charge you. I don't think we can ask for immunity in this case.
I won't need it. I don't want it.
Very well. Catherine will accompany you to the station. Would you wait downstairs for her, please? I don't think he did it.
But it's a he said, she said. How can you be sure?
I've known John for over 20 years. Now, what do we know about Nicola Keeley?
We're all the Brits clumsy like you then.
Just get lost.
Come on, get him.
Leave me alone.
Come on. Get him. Get him. Yeah. You better run home and tell your mother, or maybe she'll send the SAS.
Look, get lost! I'm not gonna fight you.
Easy English, fella.
You all right? You got guts, you know.
Yeah, getting beat up takes a lot of guts. Did my mom send you to look after me?
No, but she is worried about you. I don't think she realizes just how strong you are. You turn the other cheek. Don't rise to the fight. I've got a lot of respect for that. I know a lot of fully grown men who haven't got that much courage. So tell me, Sam, just how brave are you really?
What do you mean?
Well, if that boy's bullying you, he's bullying other kids as well. Are you brave enough to tell the headmaster about it? Your mum can't do it. You're the only one who can. And I know it's really hard.
What would you know?
Well, when I was your age, at boarding school, there was this tough kid. His name was Frankie Sheldon.
I've conveyed your message to London.
Thank you, Stephen. Let's hope they don't overreact.
Well, even if he's innocent, it's hard to understand how he could be so reckless.
Yes, it is. Stephen, I had a telephone call this morning. I'm very sorry things didn't go the way you hoped.
Thank you.
You okay? Your wife?
Disappointed?
Yes. I know this will be no consolation to you, but I myself regard it as a mixed blessing. I need you here, rather more than you might know. Sam?
Hi.
Everything all right? Good day?
Yeah, it's really good.
Good.
Hiya.
Michael?
I thought I'd pick him up Bring him home.
Sam, could I talk to Michael for a moment?
Yep. Bye, Michael.
See you, Sam. You know, the only thing that's wrong with him, he doesn't support Everton.
Michael, what are you doing?
Right, I thought I'd pick him up and bring him home.
You can't do that.
Well, I just thought we'd have a chat, that's all.
You just can't do it.
Well, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
I'm sorry. I had a difficult day.
So what's wrong?
I'm sorry, I can't talk about it.
Well, I'm sorry you can't tell me. Sam was very brave today. You ought to be proud of him.
What? What happened?
Why don't you talk to him about
Michael?
it? Look, I told you I was going to break links with those people. I did. Now, the only improper relationship I want to carry on is with you. Well, that's, of course, if you're interested. You know where I am if you want to talk.
Mr. O'Neill, are you working for Transit Oil?
Mr. O'Neill, this way.
No, listen to me, will you? My being involved in Transit Oil is a complete lie, perpetrated by the British, consistent with their normal behaviour, business as usual. But let's not dwell on that, fellas. This is a happy day, a day of great celebration. Is that camera on? This is Michelle. Isn't she a lovely bride? And the lucky bridegroom, Peter. They've decided to be married on Rockall, and you're all invited.
Mr. O'Neill, this way is away, Mr. O'Neill.
It's in both our interests that the Irish authorities compel O'Neill to turn back.
And do you want me to do that while RTE broadcasts the event to the entire Irish nation? I see. How is that in both our interests?
Neither of us wants a confrontation.
And to avoid that confrontation, you want me to bow down to British claims which the Irish don't acknowledge. Now, why don't we show some restraint here? Let O'Neill have his moment, and then we can get down to some serious negotiation about the problem, without the glare of unwanted publicity, huh?
Thank you for your time.
I hope there's no truth to O'Neill's allegations about British dirty tricks.
I can assure you that there isn't.
British meddling in internal Irish affairs won't be tolerated.
I won't flatter that remark with a response, Kevin. Good morning.
Our cameras will be following the progress of the Mary Elizabeth live as she makes her way towards Rockall, and we'll be keeping you updated on any developments.
Flatt is just testing our nerve.
Well, if he is, he's doing a good job of it. And there's no way we can intercept O'Neill's boat while RTE are beaming pictures back.
Harriet, can I speak to you alone?
Yes. Stephen, can you send a telegram to the PUS urging restraint?
You saw O'Neill's performance on RTE?
Yes.
I think it's O'Neill who's behind this rape charge.
Why?
That story in the papers? I planted it.
You mean it's not true?
No, it's perfectly true that Transat were looking for oil in the Rockall area. We'd had some rumours. I got hold of a report that confirmed it, and, well, Transat were looking for a licence from the Irish government on the quiet.
Why didn't you tell me?
I was trying to protect you from any action that might need to be taken which could have seemed undiplomatic.
Or illegal? Was O'Neill being paid by Transat?
No.
Less than an hour ago, I assured Flaherty that Britain was not in the business of dirty tricks.
Good.
Good?
Nobody wanted a fight over Rockall now. Ireland and Britain have got far more important issues to resolve. You wanted O'Neill to go away. He went away. I did both you and Flaherty a favour.
You did me no favours.
I was just trying to protect you.
I don't feel protected.
If you knew everything that went on, you couldn't do your job. You cannot lie, Harriet. You can't even live with a half-truth. You have to believe the position you're defending is absolutely virtuous, and that is a liability.
I think you should go.
This conversation never happened.
Unfortunately, it did. Yes, Smith? Catherine, what is it? Now?
Okay, Father. Short the ceremony, you know, and speak quickly if you would, please. Come on, Michelle. Let's figure it out now. Come on. Okay, Peter.
Get in as close as you can.
Hey! Over this way! Smile!
Harriet, tea or coffee? On second thoughts, go for the coffee, for tea is undrinkable.
I hope you didn't drag me out here just to have a cappuccino.
No. No, there's somebody I want you to meet. This is Nicola Keeley. She's an unmarried mother. She has a daughter of 6. Isn't that right, Nicola?
Who are you?
This is her day job. At night, she works for Elite Escorts. What do you do for childcare at night, Nicola?
What's this about?
John Stone.
Never heard of him.
You must have heard of him. You've accused him of rape.
I was never going to go through with it. They just said, make the charge and then drop it later. I have a little girl who deserves more than I can give her on what I make here. Don't you see? What did it matter? Nothing was going to happen. I was going to drop the charge.
Who is they?
Did David O'Neill pay you to accuse him?
No.
Who did? Come on, Nicola. Do yourself a favour. Tell me who paid you.
This way, Michelle, over here!
Give us a wave, Mr. O'Neill.
Michelle, give us a smile!
Come on! Michelle! Keep away!
And for God's sake, they'll have us over!
Come on, lads, stay back, will you? Mr. O'Neill, over here! Stay back!
No, my God!
Mayday, HMS Albania.
Request assistance.
Clear of the area. On all media vessels, please clear the area. There are people in the water. Please stand clear. All right, safe now. Keep going.
What you did to that woman was inexcusable.
Nicola Keeley.
No, your geologist from Transat Oil, Anne MacFarlane. I went to see her. You used her. You stole her report. Nicola Keeley was her revenge, not O'Neill's. John, your behaviour was disgraceful.
I thought it was necessary.
If you'd bothered to read the last page of the document, you would have found out that it's not commercially viable for Transat or anyone else to extract oil. The water is too deep.
Minister Flaherty is going to make a statement in a quarter of an hour.
Is he? The charges have been dropped.
Thanks, Harriet.
Don't thank me. Thank Catherine.
He wonders if you could be there.
Well, we'd like to thank the British sailors involved in the rescue for their bravery. This is the sort of cooperation in the face of crisis that is a hallmark of our relationship with the United Kingdom.
Was this a deliberate stunt by O'Neill?
I think Mr. O'Neill's behaviour was completely irresponsible. He put lives at risk for what was no better than a publicity stunt. But please, that's not why we're here today. We're here to thank those brave British sailors. And that's where I'd like to leave it. Thank you.
Thank you for what you did for Sam.
That's all right.
Michael, someone told me today that I can't tell a lie. That I can't even live with a half-truth. And they were right. I love you, Michael. And I'm not ashamed to say that, and I don't care who knows it.
A gallon of white paint, a gallon of green paint, and a gallon of orange paint, please.
Coffee.
Orlick should be abolished.
So you keep saying.
Well, can't you use your ambassadorial influence? Speak to someone.
I thought I had any, I would.
Oh. Have these people no sense of decency? Cochrane. When was this? Shit. Has Brian been told? No, I'll get there right away. Yeah, bye. Oh.
What is it?
That was security from the site. Someone's got into a compound, opened the valves in one of the fuel tanks. 2,000 gallons of Derv have gone into the river.
Oh, God.
Oh. I'll have to get down there before the environmental people, see if I can limit the damage.
To the environment or your beloved road?
Blasphemous warden. Hey, can I hijack your boat? You're wonderful.
I love you! I love you.
Heavy though at Templeogue Bridge, heavy on the Green Hills Road towards Tala Village. The M50 Fairhouse Road coming off that exit, that's heavy as well. So too Kilmainham, today's from James Hospital as far as Kilmainham Cross. It's been that way all evening. Just two other things to mention. In Tipperary, if you're on the N7, there's roadworks operating at Toombavari, just near Nina there. And also roadworks causing a problem for traffic on the North Road, leaving Finglas heading to Ashburn. Of course, temporary light supply there at Kilmainham Cross. Ian McKeever, Airsound.
All right. Today FM now and have your say.
All right, take it easy.
Come on.
Are you busy today?
Chipping away.
Okay. Any real awkward customers you had to deal with lately?
Oh no, I'm on holiday. This is my first day back after 2 weeks.
Where'd you go?
I was in Killarney and Dingle from the coast.
You went far.
What?
You went far.
Oh, very.
Listen,
And I got beautiful weather.
Oh, excellent. We have 3 songs we need you to identify. We got 3 great CDs that we want to give you. What are the 3 songs?
I can't remember the last time I was on a bicycle.
Well, surely as a young girl in the leafy lanes of Sussex.
I didn't grow up in Sussex.
Oh, I'm sorry, Harriet. I always had this image of you.
Well, you're wrong. I was brought up in Lancashire, Kevin. The lanes are not leafy and hills are very steep.
Well, I'm afraid to say I can't remember the last time I rode a bike either.
Oh, I can.
Oh.
Yesterday. I cycled from home in Richmond to the House of Lords, then on to a meeting at the Sports Council.
I'm sorry, Ambassador. Something's cropped up. Could I have a word?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Will you excuse me?
Yeah.
Then on to Covent Garden for lunch.
What?
Take this, give me a call, we'll have a drink sometime. Lovely to meet you. Cheers.
Strictly business, John.
Absolutely.
Ooh, that's a pity. I do hope you aren't going off women.
There's always that possibility.
You just need to be a little more selective.
We have just heard that the new Minister for Sport is on his way out after all. He wants to be here for the start of the Tour de France.
How's Lord Bell going to feel about that?
Lord Bell believes it was largely due to his own efforts when in office that the Tour de France has been brought to other countries.
He won't want his successor stealing his thunder. I see.
And I'm afraid there's already bad blood between them. There was that unfortunate incident.
Look, what they do in London is their own business. But Lord Bell's already staying at the residence, and if Jack Carson wants to come out, I'm obliged to offer him hospitality.
Well, quite. I mean, we have been trying to persuade Mr. Carson to stay in a hotel, but so far to no avail whatsoever.
Please, could you try harder, Stephen? Otherwise, I'm going to be the one who ends up staying in a hotel. Have you seen Michael Cochrane?
No, he hasn't arrived yet.
But you don't have to whisper anymore, Stephen. My relationship is right out in the open.
Of course I mustn't.
It won't be long then.
We should have a deal later today.
And then?
As soon as they've wired it through, I'll let you know. We'll fix up a time to drop your share.
Give us a hand here, will you? Luncheon is served, Mr. Cochrane.
Any news?
Better than you deserve. You're lucky there are people of goodwill out there who want to get you out of this.
What do you mean, lucky?
Seems your insurance company have been very cooperative.
I'm not surprised considering the premiums I pay them.
I think you'll find they were cheap at the price.
I'm sorry, I'm obviously not putting this very well. The point is, since Lord Bell is already staying at the residence...
Bugger Bell. I want to stay at the residence. Let him find alternative digs. The ambassador's residence, please.
Anything else before I go, Ambassador?
No, I don't think so, thanks, Susan.
Good night, then.
Good night.
This is Michael Cochrane. I can't come to the phone at the moment. Please leave a message and I'll get right back to you.
Mr. Carson's arrived. I'm afraid there was no stopping him.
I see. Does Lord Bell know?
Yes. I'm afraid they both want to have breakfast with you.
Well, only one thing for it, then.
2 breakfasts.
Oh, has Michael phoned?
No, were you expecting him?
No, just wondered.
Of course, I'd hate to overstate my own small part in getting the Tour de France out of France and into other countries. Je sans frontières and all that.
Quite.
But I can't say I won't feel a little pride when the Irish leg starts outside Trinity. One can't help but feel sorry for Carson. It's not going to be easy for him to have to stand back and watch a celebration of his predecessor's hard work.
Do you know, in the end, I think we'll all see it as a celebration.
I'm afraid the consul doesn't take appointments till 9.
I'm sorry, this is urgent.
In what way?
My husband's missing.
Well, if you'd like to wait outside, I'll see if she's got a moment.
She damn well better have.
Good morning, I'm the consul. May I help you?
Yes, my husband's missing. He arranged for me to come over from London yesterday afternoon. When I got to his office, he wasn't there. I've rung his mobile, I've tried his friends.
Have you spoken to the Gardaí?
They've taken down the details, notified the RUC in case he's gone north of the border.
But obviously you're not reassured.
No, I'm not. His office are being really shifty.
Okay. Tell me his name.
Michael Cochrane.
Of course, it's only natural they want the current Minister for Sport on the podium rather than just some old... Well, of course, I wouldn't dream of calling Bell a has-been, but, well, you know what I mean. You want a kipper?
think that perhaps there's a place for both the future and the past on an occasion like this.
Oh, sure. But as I said when they asked me about the seating arrangements, the future should be at the front.
Sorry to intrude.
No, that's all right, Ellie.
Someone to see you, Ambassador. Seems quite urgent.
Ah. Oh, would you excuse me a moment, Mr. Carson? And just in case I don't get back, enjoy the rest of your breakfast.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Brilliant, Ellie.
Ambassador.
Catherine, what is it?
Michael Cochrane's disappeared.
What?
I'm sure he's fine, but his wife's just been to my office.
Ex-wife?
Well, estranged, apparently. Anyway, it seems he asked her to come out here from London yesterday afternoon. She arrived and she can't find him.
Well, does surely his office know where he is?
His managing director says he may have flown back to England on Monday afternoon, but the airlines have no record of him travelling. His housekeeper says he was expecting a visitor on Monday night, but she'd no idea who.
Me. I was with him on Monday night.
It's no surprise to me that Michael has a girlfriend. You know her, don't you? What's she like?
Julia.
Oh, Brian. This is Miss Grieve, the British consul. This is Brian Shaw.
How do you do?
It's about Mr. Cochrane.
It's very good of you to come over here, but I'm sure Michael's fine.
So where do you think he is?
Exeter, Bradford, Dumfries. We've 3 other major construction projects underway. He could be on any one of them.
And you're positive he wasn't in touch with you or this office yesterday morning?
Yes.
I have information that he was in Dublin on Monday night and that he went to the roadside early yesterday.
Well, that's not true.
There was a serious incident of vandalism. He went to deal with it himself.
What?
What's going on, Brian?
Nothing's going on.
Brian, tell me.
He's been kidnapped. Julia, you mustn't worry. This kind of thing happens all the time. It's just a question of sorting out some money.
And is that what those men are doing?
Yes. Kidnap insurance is essential these days.
It may happen all the time, Mrs. Cochrane, but in this country it is illegal to negotiate with kidnappers.
So what? So long as it works, there's no harm done.
Give it until tomorrow, will you?
Look, you were certain we'd have a deal today.
There's an insurance company involved. It takes time to organise...
During which time they could have gone to the guards?
You know what these bastards are like. I'm sure there isn't a problem. Really.
Then why the hell doesn't he ring?
Don't turn around.
It seems the kidnappers want an answer tonight. Still, the people who are trying to broker his release are very experienced.
Well, that's something. I appreciate you're doing all this, Catherine.
I'm sorry to dump this in your lap now. I just don't feel I have any alternative.
No, you don't.
The important thing is there isn't really anything on paper yet. All I know is that the insurance company have sent people over. I can't be sure that any negotiations have actually begun, and therefore whether a crime has been committed.
But surely they must have begun.
Well, who knows? But obviously the ambassador can now play it in whatever way she thinks best.
Yes. Thank you, Catherine.
So what do you intend to do, Ambassador?
Well, it sounds like it'll all be over before I do anything.
But you can't be thinking of letting this negotiation continue.
I've only just heard about this. I don't think anything yet.
But what's happening is illegal. Surely you have no alternative but to inform the Guardian immediately. Suppose it came out afterwards that the British ambassador had broken the law.
I don't actually remember asking for your opinion, Stephen.
So you don't think I'm wrong?
I just don't need you to tell me about it.
I'm sorry?
Get me Mr. Flaherty on the phone, will you?
Of course, Ambassador.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I don't even know if negotiations are properly underway yet, but I contacted you as soon as I knew.
No, we're very grateful. The Gardaí have suspected we've had a gang of this kind here for some time now. Inspector.
It's run by a man called Reardon. But when none of the companies will talk to us, what can we do? You're the first person who's had the guts to tell us about it.
Yes. Well, you've certainly done the right thing, Harriet.
Well, what are you going to do? We mustn't put the victim's life at risk.
As far as the kidnappers are concerned, nothing has changed. Inspector Donnelly here will get the insurers to keep the negotiations going.
I see.
We'll set up intensive surveillance on Reardon. If it is him, he's bound to make contact with them sooner or later, and then we go in.
Now, please don't worry yourself too much. We can deal with this.
I'll keep you up to date, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Inspector. All right, Kevin.
Yeah. Harriet, Michael Cochran is a friend of yours, isn't he?
Yes.
A close friend.
Yes.
Well, you have done the right thing.
Thank you, Kevin.
Well, you must have a name. Go on, give us a name. Any name will do.
Call me Sean.
Do you ever think about roads, Sean?
What?
No, of course you don't. You're like the rest of humanity. You see a road as a means of getting from Carrickmacross to Castle Blaney.
Is that a fact?
But if you think about a modern road, with its bends and cambers, its bridges and intersections, it's more than just a modern miracle. It's a work of art, Sean.
You're a nutcase, Cochran.
Do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
What's that?
Have you got a gun?
As a matter of fact, I have.
Can I ask you another personal question?
What's that?
Have you ever used it?
Of course I have.
Sorry.
Okay, we can relax.
What's up?
We got the call. There was a bit of a hold-up, but the money's gone through. As soon as we have our share, you're free.
Good to see old Kevin again on Tuesday.
Yes.
Kevin?
Kevin Flaherty, Minister for External
Oh, yes,
Affairs.
Kevin. A very forward-looking man, I thought. Very interested in my plans for expanding the Tour de France on a global level.
Your plan?
Kevin's an excellent minister. Do you know, I'm dreading the thought of a cabinet reshuffle and what I'll do without him.
This is it. He's got the money. You ready? If this is the handover, he's going to be nervous.
Ready 10.
You sure you got it?
I will have in a few hours.
Or are you just looking over my shoulder?
Well, don't look over yours to find out.
See you.
To per.
Yours.
Told me I was mad. He said, laundrettes are a thing of the past. And you know what I said to him? Why don't you just piss off? Will that be yours?
Blue jacket, white bag coming your way, Phil. Wait for it. Wait on, Reardon. Let him get out of sight. Go.
Well,
The leader of the gang was arrested this morning. Unfortunately, the Gardaí thought the handover had taken place and moved in too soon. I'm afraid we may have alerted the kidnappers.
I see.
Quick! Tell me what's going on. Shut up and get into the car. Come on, get into the car. Shit!
But I didn't see you properly.
I'm really very sorry, Harriet.
There's no need to apologise, Kevin.
But you trusted me.
I'm sure the Gardaí did everything they could.
But Cochrane is still a hostage.
Is his life in danger?
He's the kidnapper's only asset. Now, Reardon is still being questioned, and he may know where they've moved Michael to.
Let's hope so.
And, of course, there's always the possibility that they might decide to cut their losses and release Michael unharmed.
Of course, yeah.
It wasn't your face he saw.
So what? If we let him go, it's not as if we're ever likely to see him again, is it?
There's nothing more to talk about.
And what do we do then?
We'll worry about that later, all right?
You mean they've screwed up?
But there's no reason to believe his life's in immediate danger.
Of course it is. These people are thugs. If they can't sell him back to us, they've no possible use for him alive, have they? Why did your bloody consul have to involve the police?
That was my decision.
Yours?
I had no choice. I have a public responsibility.
This is my husband's life we're talking about.
I understand how distressing this must be for you.
Just because we're separated doesn't mean to say we've stopped loving each other.
Is there a possibility that you might get back together again?
I'm not a fool. In fact, he wanted me over here so we could talk about a divorce. What is this? Marriage guidance?
Look, I'm in no position to give you that. Michael and I are having a relationship.
What? I knew he had a girlfriend, but you were the one who risked his life. If you hadn't interfered and
Believe me, I bitterly regret it.
And why didn't you report him missing?
I don't own him.
Don't own him? You obviously don't love him either.
Come on, out of the car. Out of the car. Come on your knees.
What are you doing?
On your knees.
You can't do this. Shut up. Look, I didn't see you properly.
I said such a bloody noise.
Look, you don't know what you're doing.
Come on, just do it.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You don't know who you're killing.
Come on, do it.
We're having an affair with the British ambassador.
What?
That could be worth a bloody fortune to you.
Say that again.
I'm having an affair with the British ambassador.
You're screwing the ambassador?
Yes. Yes, it's true. It's true.
You're lying.
No, only much more than that, much more. We have a serious relationship.
Lies.
It's true, believe me. Believe me. She'd do anything to get me out of this.
Suppose it's true.
Okay. Prove it. Phone her. Give me the phone.
Good morning, British Embassy.
Could I speak to the British ambassador, please?
Who's speaking, please?
Well, Michael Cochrane would like to talk with her.
Hold the line, please.
you, but you can...
Ambassador, I have Michael Cochrane on the line.
Put him through. Michael?
How are you?
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Look, I'm sure you'll understand, my darling, that I can't talk for long.
I'll do whatever you want.
Well, I thought we had a solution to this, but something went wrong. I don't know quite what it was, but it's very important that the people at this end are reassured that the people at your end care.
Yes, of course. We'll do whatever's necessary. We just want you safely back. Are you sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm fine, really. I love you, Harriet.
I love you too, Michael.
You'll be hearing from us. Right. Get into the car.
He sounded terrified.
What are you going to do?
Susan! Get me Inspector Donnelly on the phone.
I just don't see it. I don't see us phoning the bloody embassy, naming a price and expecting the Brits to just pay up.
So?
She's an ambassador. She's bound to call the cops. Why do you think they showed up last time?
You were the one who didn't want to kill him.
We don't have to kill him.
If we can't sell him, he's dead.
And we get done for murder.
What else can we do?
Excuse me, Ambassador. Have you got a moment? I have some news.
It's all right, Ambassador. You go.
So, are you both looking
We've had some information
big
from one
day
of our
tomorrow?
touts who's infiltrated a paramilitary group in the north.
What information?
Somebody's tried to sell them a hostage.
Michael.
They seem to think he'd make a pretty good bargaining counter with the government.
Is he all right?
Well, in their words, the goods are undamaged.
Thank God.
Now, in the present circumstances, the group in question aren't really interested in buying right now. But what we can do is this. We can get our tout to pretend that the answer's yes, set up a handover, and get Michael delivered to us instead.
How quickly can you set that up?
We could set the ball rolling tonight.
So they're north of the border?
Yeah. So any potential security problems, purely a British affair. There's no need to involve Flaherty or the Gardaí.
Security problem?
Sorry?
John, this isn't about a security problem. This is about a man's life.
Well, of course, but if they'd managed to sell him to some paramilitary group down here...
I thought your concern here was to get him out of this alive.
It is.
Is it? Really? You know, you've already tried to force him out of my life, and don't think that I don't realise you would rather him disappear altogether.
Yes.
And to avoid political embarrassment, your colleagues would rather see him dead than in the hands of the paramilitaries.
Now, that's unfair.
Is it? I admit, yes, that I feel very strongly here because I have a relationship with Michael. But have you any idea how difficult it is for me to stand by and let other people deal with this while I waste my time with feuding politicians and watching stupid bicycle races?
Harriet. We'll get him back.
You don't know that.
You don't seriously believe I won't do everything I can to get him out of this, do you? And this is me.
Shit.
Remember me?
Yes. I'm sorry. I better tell Julia Cochrane.
Only that there's hope, no more than that. And there's no need to inform the Gardaí either. Okay?
But the Gardaí have already got a tap on my office telephone. They're waiting for the kidnappers to phone me back.
Well, they haven't, have they?
I suppose not.
I'll keep you posted.
You've simply no idea of the work I put in at sport, have you?
No, but I've got a pretty good idea of the mess you left it in.
Gentlemen, please. I insist that you explain that.
Every initiative I come up with, it's always the same response from the Permanent Secretary. I'm sorry, Minister, but your predecessor's decisions make it impossible. I wanted to get this leg of the Tour de France raced in the UK, but oh no, I'm sorry, Minister, my hands are tied.
My hands are tied. Yes. He was always saying that to me, too. It was always my predecessor's fault. Supercilious little bastard.
Yeah, he is a bit, isn't he?
Some more of the good bottle, gentlemen.
We're moving you on tomorrow.
Where?
I've done a deal.
Well, someone's going to pay the ransom.
Sort of.
You've sold me, haven't you?
Looks important.
Could be.
Big date.
I really could live without jokes about that rape charge, you know?
I wouldn't dream of making a joke about it.
Good.
You're still annoyed with me, aren't you?
No, just, I've really got to go.
Morning, Susan.
Good morning, Ambassador.
Get me Julia Cochrane on the phone, please.
It's engaged. I'll keep trying.
Okay.
Good morning, Inspector.
Good morning. Ambassador.
Inspector Donnelly. Come in. May I have a seat?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you if you'd heard any more from the kidnappers.
No, I haven't.
Seems odd. They establish you're willing to pay and then don't get back to you.
Yes, I'm afraid I can't explain that.
We've been digging up all of Reardon's known contacts, but I really don't think we're going to get any more either from them or from him. You're our only real solid lead.
Well, I give you my word that they haven't been in touch with me.
Thank you for your time.
Ambassador, I have Julia Cochrane on line 2.
These people you're handing me over to, what are they like?
Dedicated professionals. Just like you and me.
Oh, you know them then?
You don't really think I'm going to answer that, do you?
Do you know what they intend to do with me?
No.
Or how they'd react if they couldn't get what they wanted for me?
Who's to say? You'll just have to hope that your lover uses her influence and it doesn't come to that, won't you?
Well, she didn't last time. She contacted the police, didn't she?
There's no other way out, Cochrane. You know what the alternative is. I need a piss.
Sorry. Decision's not mine.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, don't miss your coat.
Come on, Dickie.
Come in. How on earth did you do it?
Well, it was last night, really. We had a very forthright discussion and ended up on excellent terms.
Clearly due to your presence. So thank you for covering for me at the Phoenix Park this morning.
Ah.
Ah?
We weren't exactly up to speed this morning.
You missed the opening ceremony?
We missed the whole race. Lovely.
Beat. All right, this is the meeting point here. This is where they're going to make the exchange.
Yeah, whatever way they leave, you've got it covered, haven't you?
Absolutely.
Kevin?
Harriet, I've just had a call from Inspector Donnelly. She's concerned there've been developments in the Michael Cochran case that you're not telling us about.
I told her they haven't contacted me.
But you know something, don't you? Now, Harriet, I appreciate you're in a difficult position.
All I know is that he's being held north of the border, and that makes it a matter for the British authorities alone.
Have further negotiations with the kidnappers taken place?
Under the circumstances, that's a question I prefer not to answer.
And why not?
This is out of your jurisdiction, Kevin. If any law has been broken, it's not an Irish one.
Oh, but Irish laws have been broken. And if they get away with this, no doubt they'll do so again. I really think you have an obligation to tell me what's going on.
Oh, look.
I'd expect it.
Come on, please.
Come on, don't start that again.
Please, please.
Make it easy on yourself. Mind your head. You drive.
Ambassador, why are you doing this? We had no choice but to involve the Gardaí.
I'm not blaming you for that.
You must tell me what's going on. The need for cross-border cooperation is greater now than it's ever been. You must see that.
Of course I do.
Then don't destroy the trust that's been built up between us. It could take years to rebuild.
Here we go.
Okay, wait here a minute.
Happy?
Just give it a minute. What the...
Shut up! Let me out! Shut up, Cochran!
Cochran's in the back of the car.
Come on, boys, come on!
Shut up, Cochran!
Drive on, will you?
We can't like this!
Shut up! Jesus! Just get out and be quiet! Ah!
I don't believe this!
Jesus Christ.
Just shut up!
Why have we stopped?
It's the border. We can't go any further.
I can.
Try and get the Guardian onto this, will you? Well, at least try, okay?
Believe this. Believe this. Woman's coming after us.
Slow down, Sean! Slow down!
I'm not slowing down! Just shut up and hold tight!
Just hold on!
Armed Gardaí, put the gun down. You're covered from all sides. Put down your weapons.
Come on, let's go! Let's go! Come on! Come on, keep going. Out of the car! Come on, get out of the car!
Put down the weapon. All the roads are blocked.
Okay, move! Get down the road!
There's no point!
I said move!
All the roads are blocked off behind me!
Minister, how will this affect relations with the North?
I think the authorities on both sides of the border are agreed. This has been a remarkable example of cross-border cooperation. Of course, there was one minor injury to an innocent bystander, but we understand he's well on the mend now. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Minister.
Minor injury. The entry wound's neat enough, I'll grant him. The exit wound's a bloody mess.
I really am sorry, John.
Ah, don't be.
I'm just so grateful for what you did.
I'm not sure what I did do exactly.
You pursued them single-handed.
Yeah, then I got out of the car, let some idiot shoot me. Brilliant.
I think it was a little bit more than that.
Okay. I'll give in. I'm a hero. You tell that to Flaherty. Oh, and by the way, you'd no business telling her about that operation in the first place.
I know. But if I hadn't, the Gardaí wouldn't have been there. And you'd have no business being alive.
Yeah.
Mr. Cochrane, I'm afraid she's not back from the hospital yet.
I see.
Well, she shouldn't be long if you want to wait.
Yes, I'll wait in the park.
As you wish.
How is Mr. Stone?
We're doing well, apparently.
Good.
Not mobile already.
I got shot in the shoulder, not the leg. Anyway, I wouldn't call staggering around this padded cell exactly mobile.
Good. I prefer a captive audience.
You're going to entertain me, are you?
Why, is that such a terrible idea?
The only entertainment I need is a good drink. And sadly, you can't get that in here.
No, but you can get it out there. Now. Shall we start again?
Michael? I wanted to come and see you in the hospital last night, but they said it would be better if I didn't.
It's all right. It's all right, really.
Are you okay?
Oh, I'm as bruised as hell, actually. How about you?
I'm just relieved.
I don't feel I've quite landed yet.
No, of course not. It'll take some time. What are you going to do tonight? You going to the house?
Probably, yeah.
Would you like me to come back with you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to crowd you.
No, you're not crowding me, Harriet. I'm just surprised you even want to talk to me.
What do you mean? Michael?
I used our relationship to save my neck.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of.
I know that it is.
If you hadn't, I'd have been absolutely devastated.
It doesn't matter what you think, Harriet. I've involved you with criminals and terrorists. I've totally compromised your position.
Now, look, if you think that you've let me down, just think about what I did. Your life was at stake, but all that was at stake for me was my job. And when it came to the crunch, I behaved as an ambassador first and as a lover second. You could have died.
Now, if you knew that I had forgiven you for that, now, would that make you feel any better?
Do you want to end this relationship? Is that what it is?
I don't really know what I want. All I do know is that something's happened to me, something's changed. I don't know what it is. I mean, what I do know is that it's not something that I can share with you.
Not even given time?
I don't know.
Because I've changed too, Michael. I feel alive in a way that I haven't since David died. Because you've given me something. I don't want to lose it.
But would you have to lose it even if I wasn't here?
Maybe not. But I really do love you, Michael.
I know. I know.
What are you going to do?
I think I'll go back to England for a while.
When?
Tomorrow.
Oh. What about the road?
It'll be built just as well in my absence. It always could have been. It was never the only reason why I stayed anyway. And it wouldn't be the reason why I came back.
Is that a possibility?
I hope so. Is that all right for the moment?
Yes.
Bye, Harriet.
Bye.
Hey! Come on! Come on, Ashley, come on! Think about being used, Ashley.
can't stay in there forever. We'll get him.
Come on, Ashley. Good boy, Ashley.
TV people are asking for a bit more space.
So give it to them.
I mean taking out a few more pews.
Look, this service is for the benefit of the nation as a whole. Now, if we have to disappoint a few minor celebrities, so be it. They can watch it on television like everyone else. Thanks, Nuala. Good morning.
Kevin, good morning. I do like the colour scheme.
An inspired choice, Harriet. Now, just imagine it with a full congregation, the organ going at full blast, and the two top men up on the altar there. Has yours arrived yet?
No, tomorrow.
It's hard to believe. The Archbishop of Canterbury and the Primate of all Ireland sharing the same stage. Mind you, my old man would turn in his grave if he knew we'd open this cathedral to Protestants.
I'm sure he'd forgive you.
I can always blame you for putting the idea into my head in the first place. Oh, listen, I've been meaning to ask you. Do you think Sam would like to read one of the prayers of the faithful?
I think he would. Yes, I'll ask him later.
Excellent. Bishop Hensey, I'd like you to meet the British Ambassador, Harriet Smith. Mrs. Smith.
Bishop, I'm delighted to meet you.
Bishop Hensey has been a tireless member of the organising committee.
We must all do what we can, Mr. Flood. Will you excuse me one moment?
Yes, of course.
Hensey's a member of the Old Guard, a late convert to the ecumenical cause.
Why is he on the committee?
Golden rule of politics, Harriet. The best way to nobble your opponent is to give him a job.
There he is. Go easy with him, Duncan. Ashley, please, love, we just want to talk.
There's nothing to talk about.
Get off me!
It's the only way, Ash.
No, I'm not going with you. Piss off!
Hello, Sam.
Hi.
Dr. Morgan's arriving this evening. Archbishop of Canterbury, remember? I said he was coming for a visit.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry, I'll be on my best behaviour.
Sam, Kevin Flaherty wants you to read one of the prayers for the faithful at the Service for Unity.
Why me?
Oh, perfect choice. Young Englishman in Ireland. You see, this service is about sharing what we have in common rather than arguing about what keeps us apart. Very important occasion. And you'll be on television.
What, live?
Yes.
Okay.
You're a star. Thanks.
Please listen to Father Gardner. He knows all about cults. He's one of the best. He's helped lots of people in your situation.
Believe me, Ashley. I've seen enough young people go down the drain already. I know how hard it is to break free.
I don't want to break free.
Avril McLaughlin, from Belfast. found dead in a house in Canada with 10 others. Brian Glynn, from Dublin, committed suicide, age 19. Derek Murray from Longford, systematically raped and abused by a man he believed to be the Messiah. That's what you have to look forward to if you don't go back to your family.
Stuff like that doesn't happen to us. We look after each other.
It happens in all cults, Ashley. It happens to people who worship false idols.
It's time to come home.
No!
It's okay, Ash. Calm down. Open your eyes, Ashley. Unless you want to end up like Ben.
Open up, Gardy.
Just wait here, please. Leave it to us. You Ashley Potter?
They kidnapped me. They're holding me against my will.
Ashley, no! Look, I'm his mother and this is his father and his uncle.
It's a family matter. This is private property.
How old is the boy?
I'm 18. They've no right.
Do you want to press charges?
Yeah.
What? Right. You better take these people down to the station. Good morning, Miss Grieve.
Joe, how are you?
All the better for seeing you. Your American counterpart is in with the turbulent priest, and the rest of them are all yours.
Lucky old me.
You take some of the blame for this. 3 times we came to see you. What did you do?
I have done everything I can.
He's only a boy. He doesn't know what he's doing. Why do you think we spent 6 months trying to get him out of that place?
Mrs. Potter, your son is 18. Where he lives and who he lives with is up to him. That's the law. Cornelius has persuaded Ashley to drop the charges. The Gardaí have agreed to release you with a caution, but they have asked me to remind you that any further attempt to kidnap Ashley...
Kidnap? Is that what they're calling it?
That is what it is.
Ashley's been brainwashed. His mind's been twisted by Matthew Cornelius. It's him they should have arrested. This whole thing's a flagrant miscarriage of justice.
It would be wise to keep those views to yourself.
We just want what's best for the lad.
So, are we free to go now?
Once the paperwork is completed, yes, but please, act within the law from now on.
Oh, we'll find another way, Miss Grieve. But I am not leaving Ireland until my son is free.
All we wanted was to rescue our son from the evil influence of the Healing Way and its leader, Matthew Cornelius. Neither the police nor the British Embassy was willing to help us. We would ask all well-meaning people in Ireland to join us in condemning this organisation.
Hi.
I thought you were still confined to sick bay.
I thought you were going to bring me grapes every day.
Have you any idea what grapes cost?
Oh, I would say at least price of a lunch.
Lovely idea. September. I should be finished with this by then.
Don't consuls general need to eat?
They do. Thank you. Salmon steak.
Salmon?
Vegetables al dente. New potatoes.
Potatoes.
And a knife and fork.
The behavior of the police has been nothing short of scandalous. I hope when they find out that Matthew Cornelius has a criminal record going back 20 years, we will begin to see some justice carried out.
Better?
Yeah. No, the arm's okay really, but the doctor said it'd be good for the shoulder to rest.
He never struck me as a man who likes what's good for him.
Only if I'm enjoying it.
John,
Harriet, hi.
I thought you were supposed to be recuperating.
Couldn't stay away.
Catherine, haven't you been advising that family whose son's in a cult?
The Potters, yes, I saw them yesterday.
Really? Well, I've just seen them on television accusing us of ignoring their pleas for help.
Oh, that's simply not true. I've devoted a lot of time to Ashley's case.
Yes, I'm sure you have.
I've written to Ashley several times on their behalf without reply, And I took legal advice. The cult is not illegal and Ashley is an adult.
I'm not holding you responsible, Catherine. I just want to know the facts. Who is this priest?
Father Gardner. Calls himself a cult buster. Learned his trade in the States and decided to branch out, apparently. The Potters saw him on a daytime chat show and decided to get in touch. Excuse me.
How's he on?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. It's fine.
Yes, she is. For you, Ambassador.
Ah. Hello? Yes, put him through. Kevin, hello. Yes, I saw them. Of course. Right. Let's keep each other informed, shall we, Catherine?
Of course.
Thank you for coming at such short notice. I felt it important that we should talk.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, Bishop.
It's good to see that politicians will still take the time to hear the Church's point of view.
Thank you.
Cases like Ashley's are becoming all too frequent. His is not the first family to be torn apart by some self-proclaimed guru. It's time the government did something about it.
Well, that sort of prejudicial thinking has caused enough problems already.
I'm all for building ecumenical bridges, Mr. Flaherty, as long as I know what's on the other side. But I'm not about to accept the healing way.
Bishop, let's not use Ashley as a test case. It's not as if he's from a Catholic family.
That's beside the point. The Protestant churches are just as disturbed by Ashley's case. As long as he remains separated from his family, many of us will have grave doubts about taking part in the service for unity. Now, I believe wholeheartedly in the importance of the service, but the state can't jump on the bandwagon of Christian unity while it's passively endorsing the activities of these cults. It's a question of principle. Someone has to make a stand.
Ambassador, His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Hello, Oliver.
Nice to see you again, Harriet.
Oliver, this is Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Hello. Should we go inside?
We have no clear idea whether or not the Healing Ways activities extend beyond Ireland, but we are doing research.
Oh, Stephen, I'm so sorry Jane couldn't join us tonight.
My wife sends her apologies, Your Grace. She had to return to London for family business. Actually, my own family has a rather distinguished history in the church.
That's it?
My great-grandfather, James Tyler, was Bishop of Bath and Wells in the 19th century. Family legend has it that he might have made it to the top job if he hadn't had a weakness for certain young ladies of the diocese.
Oh, do you mind if I smoke?
Not at all.
Can I tempt you, Mr. Tom?
Thank you, no.
It's my own particular vice. Less scandalous, but probably just as harmful.
We're very much looking forward to the service, Your Grace. It is a momentous day for the Church.
It's a momentous day for the people. It's easy for the churches to go through the ecumenical motions. What really matters is bringing the people closer together.
Free Ashley Potter! Free Ashley Potter! Free Ashley Potter! Free Ashley Potter! Free Ashley Potter!
Cornelius, we're not leaving till you give the boy back to his family. If you don't bring him out, we're coming in to get him. Are you with me, people? They may have the police on their side, but we have God's law on ours!
I'm sorry, Father, you're under arrest. Come on, Father.
This protest is over! Leave the area now and go home! If you do not, you will be arrested!
And there's worse to come.
What?
They're boycotting the Unity service, unless Ashley Potter's reconciled with his family.
Who are?
Clergymen mostly, Catholic and Protestant. They formed an anti-cult coalition. Some of them quite senior, in fact, like our friend, Bishop Henson.
Kevin, we can't let this happen. The whole point of the service is to go beyond this kind of squabbling. What's in it for them? I thought they were behind us.
No, the cult issue means more to them. They reckon that the spirit of pluralism has gone too far. They won't be happy until the Healing Way has been closed down. And as for the service, that's just a handy hostage to fortune.
Have you no grounds for closing it?
Cornelius and his wacky acolytes have done nothing wrong. You know, there are times when I envy you. You blow into a country, handle whatever fate throws at you and move on.
That's not true.
Oh, come on, Harriet. You have it easy compared to politicians. We have to live with the repercussions.
And you think I don't? The service isn't just a diplomatic bean feast, you know. I care about it. I believe in it.
Prove it.
What?
The best way to salvage the situation is to get the Potters back together again. Now, I can't get involved, but you can.
Ashley! Ashley! Don't go, Ashley! Ashley! Ashley!
Thanks.
Notice anything?
Yes, you're in my office again. I knew you were only wearing it to get sympathy.
I hear you've been on to the lawyers again about Ashley Potter.
Perhaps you can tell me what I had for breakfast, too.
Wish I could. You're not still brooding about this case, are you? There's no need. You played it by the books. Just bad luck, that's all.
Look, it's just messy, that's all. Can't stand mess.
Well, nobody could have seen that coming, not even...
What, Harriet? Harriet would have handled it differently.
Well, she'll probably charge around there to see Ashley herself, you know, that famous personal touch. I'm not saying it would have worked, of course. Look, I'll call you later about dinner. You can help me cut out my food. See ya.
We're not what you call an academic family, Mrs. Smith. My husband's a plumber. I do secretarial work when I can get it. We couldn't give Ash the sort of stimulation he needed, so we decided it was best if my brother helped him.
I'm Ashley's dad.
I'm an engineer. I've lived in Dublin 20 years. I tutored Ashley until he was ready to go to Trinity.
When did you first get involved with the Healing Way?
About 6 months ago, he decided to take a sabbatical.
The boy's been brainwashed, Mrs. Smith. I've seen it hundreds of times before.
They're doing things to him in there.
We don't know that.
Well, I know that. I can see it even if you can't.
I'd like to talk to him. I'd like to see if I can persuade him to hear you out. Will you let me give it a try?
Can't do any harm.
Well, I suppose not.
Right. But please, no more demonstrations. It really doesn't help. Mrs. Potter, could I have a word with you?
Yes.
How often have you seen Ashley since he joined the cult?
Well, a few times. Never on his own. Oh, they always make sure he's got somebody with him.
And when you say they've done things to him, what do you mean?
He used to be so affectionate, clinging. Oh, he won't let me touch him.
Look, this is in no way comparable, but when my son fell in love with his first girlfriend, he was like that. Everything changed overnight. And some boys find it hard to talk to their mothers about sex. And I know Nate did.
No, Cornelius is making him do things, I'm sure of it. Ash always uses the same words when I try to talk to him about it. He says he's been damaged, exploited.
Has he accused Cornelius of abuse?
No, but mothers know these things. Mothers can tell.
All right. I'll see him this afternoon. I'd like to take a look at this Healing Way place for myself.
Well, didn't you know? He's not there anymore. Cornelius has moved him away.
Look, I am telling you folks, you're wasting your time. There is nobody in there. Now what you have to do is clear the road and go home. Everybody. There is nobody in there. Now go home.
This is going well, then?
Our friend Cornelius has cleared out the house. He's taking the rest of them with him.
Oh, I was hoping to talk to Ashley, you know, get this thing sorted once and for all. Any idea where they've gone?
Come on, Ashley, hit me.
Come on in. Don't be shy, everyone's welcome here.
This bay, Harry. Good bounce in his step.
Oliver, would you excuse me a moment?
You looking for me?
Yes. I need to know if Matthew Cornelius has any history of violence or sexual abuse.
Sexual abuse.
Ashley's been moved from the house, and his mother's been making some pretty serious allegations.
What's she got to go on?
Instinct. Dig out what you can, John, and find out where he's been moved to.
The trust is to get damaged. That's what I found out before I came here. The more you love someone, the more likely they are to hurt you. They'll find your weakness and they'll hurt you.
Do your family love you, Ashley?
They say they love me. I think they love me. Why must they always think they're right? I have a mind of my own, Don. I'm capable of deciding what's best for me.
Is there anything you want to talk about?
Catherine Grieve. I came to talk to Ashley.
There must be something you want to share with us.
I'm from the British Consulate.
I see. Well, you're obviously far too sophisticated to need help from the likes of us. We're the fag ends of society. Not really your kind of people, Miss Grieve. But we have the edge on you. We admit that we're damaged. And we're doing something about it. What about you? Ashley? Your family has sent a messenger. She's hoping to persuade you to go back to them. Is there anything you want to say to her? Okay. I need a few minutes alone with our visitor. Let's take a break.
Ashley, I just want a quick word.
Why did you come here? To find out for yourself what kind of monster I am?
I want to help Ashley.
Why?
Because it's my job. And because I'm concerned about the welfare of a possibly misguided young man.
You don't want to help him, you want to sort out your own messy little problem.
He's hardly happy from what I've seen.
Happy? What do you know about being happy?
As much as anyone.
No, I don't think you do. There's a lot of pain under all that armour.
Well, thank you for your concern, but I hardly think
You
you're qualified.
think needing other people is a sign of weakness? But you're just as damaged as the rest of us. I could help you. Catherine? Good girl. Good girl. Hey. You all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm fine. What are you doing here?
Looking for Ashley.
I told you that bay had what it took. Pity I didn't have a pound or two on it. Not really the done thing here, I'd imagine.
I don't think so.
I gather there's a problem.
Let's hope it's just a minority issue.
The anti-cult coalition might be a fringe group, but it's well organised and popular with the public. We shouldn't underestimate it. Harriet, if there was a faction fight within the Irish government, could you be seen to take sides?
Of course not.
Then you'll understand my dilemma. If a substantial proportion of both major churches boycott the service, I run the risk of appearing partisan.
I don't think it'll come to that.
No, I'm sure you're right. Oh, don't worry, Harriet. As far as I'm concerned, the show must go on. Now, are we all set for that rehearsal?
Absolutely. I'm sorry, Oliver. I didn't know they'd be here. Minister Flaherty, His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Welcome to Ireland, Your Grace.
Thank you.
This is Father Ralph. He's in charge of the Pro-Cathedral. He'll be showing you around.
You're more than welcome, Your Grace.
Thank you very much.
If you'd like to follow me this way.
Thank you very much.
So, how did you get on with the Potters?
I need more time. Look, I'm doing my best to get the family back together. You just have to trust me.
I trust you, all right. I just hope that this rehearsal doesn't turn out to be the end of the show.
Sam, just going back to the office.
Okay.
What have you been up to?
Oh, just practicing the prayer.
Can I hear it?
Oh, I'm not word perfect yet, so.
Okay. Still got another day. Nervous?
Well, probably isn't going to be any service. It said so on TV.
Don't pay any attention to that. What's the matter?
I've got spots.
Let me see. Oh, you need a magnifying glass to see that. No one will notice. It's just a prayer reading. 20 seconds and it'll all be over.
Okay.
See you later.
Bye.
Cornelius's last conviction was in 1979 for drug-related robbery. After that, he cleaned up his act, opened up the refuge for junkies. The Healing Way grew out of that.
Anything in the records about sex offences?
No. Few financial irregularities. Apart from that, he's clean.
The man is a psychotic. I can't believe he gets away with it. He has those kids under some kind of spell.
What did he say to you?
Nothing. Just a load of psychobabble. He's a complete charlatan.
You shouldn't have gone there on your own, Catherine. There's no need to take unnecessary risks.
I'm sorry, Ambassador.
Oh, don't be. I'd have done exactly the same thing myself. And at least you found Ashley.
You didn't manage to speak to him, though, did you?
I tried. I couldn't get past Cornelius.
I see. Mr. Cornelius? I'm Harriet Smith, the British ambassador. I'd like to talk to Ashley Potter.
Well, he has nothing to say to you.
Mr. Cornelius, I think Ashley should be allowed to speak for himself. If he keeps hiding behind you, no one's going to respect what he really feels. Surely that's the most important thing.
Why do you want to see him?
I promised his parents that I'd help.
And stop your precious service for unity going down the pan. We read the papers here, you know.
Yes. I'll do anything I can to make sure that goes ahead. I wouldn't pretend otherwise. And if it weren't for the service, I wouldn't be involved. But I am, and I do care about Ashley's future. I may be a diplomat, but I'm also a human being, you know. Tell me about Trinity. My son was there. You're taking some time out.
I got sick of being a performing monkey. The boy wonder of the maths department.
I can understand that. Must have been hard, a lot of pressure. Think you'll go back?
No.
Is that why you joined the Healing Way? The pressure?
I joined because I needed to. Without Cornelius, I'd probably be dead.
You know, Ashley, you can't just cut yourself off from your family. Your mother's going through a terrible time.
It's her own fault. If she hadn't sent me away...
She did what she thought was best. Would you rather have stayed at home in England? Is that why you resent her?
She refuses to see the truth. It's right in front of her and she can't even see it.
What truth, Ashley?
The truth about me. Just tell her I don't want anything more to do with them.
Hearing it from me won't convince them.
That's not my problem.
It is, Ashley. It is your problem. The only way to make them understand how you really feel is to tell them yourself.
I have told them.
But you haven't told them why. Do it for yourself. And then you'll be free to make a fresh start. Come and talk to them on neutral territory. I'll make sure you get a fair hearing. I promise you that.
Well, if Cornelius can come too.
Okay. Stephen.
Harriet, you wanted to see me?
Yes. Importance of Being Earnest, Gate Theatre. Wonderful production.
So I've heard.
I was to have gone with Oliver Morgan myself, but since you two have been getting on so well, and I'm sure Jane would enjoy it tremendously. Sorry about the short notice.
Yeah, I'm afraid she's busy tonight. Might I ask why you can't make it?
You might, Stephen, but it would take far too long to explain. And that's the pure and simple truth.
The truth, Harriet, is rarely pure and never simple.
It's very good, Stephen. They might give you a part. Cutting up 8 o'clock.
Ashley, love, please look at me. Why won't you look at me?
I don't understand.
No, Ash, we don't understand. Why are you behaving like this? Why have you let this man turn you against us?
Stop interrogating him. No wonder he won't talk to us.
He won't talk to you because you never listen. You don't know anything about him, neither does he.
I know more than you'd believe.
Ashley, you've got to get away from this man before he destroys
It's
you.
you people who are destroying
Stop
him.
it! All of you, please. Angela.
Ashley, I need to know. Have you been forced to do anything?
It's all right, Ashley. There's no need for this now. We can talk about it later. Just come home with us.
I don't want to!
What do you want, Ashley? Now's your chance to tell us what you really want. Do you want to stay at the Healing Way?
I don't know.
I think Ashley needs some time on his own. Why don't you stay here tonight?
No. He's not ready.
Okay, Ashley? Mr. Cornelius, I give you my word that no one will try to influence Ashley one way or the other. He has to make his own decision. And everyone must agree to abide by that.
Angela, you can't agree to this, we'll lose him.
For God's sake, let the lad make his own mind up for once in his life.
I'm sorry, I thought you people were serious. You told me you were willing to put him into my hands. I can't work in this confusion.
Hey, wait a minute, don't go.
I'm sorry, Duncan, you're on your own.
Mrs. Potter.
I think Tony's right. It's up to Ashley.
He didn't hurt you, though, did he? Cornelius?
No, of course not.
He upset you, though.
He annoyed me. I'm sure Cornelius has that effect on most people. Most sane people, anyway.
Wasn't anything I said made you go up there?
Feeling guilty?
No, just intrigued. Impulse isn't exactly your style.
And you know me so well.
Fancy a nightcap?
Why not? Your place is only round the corner, isn't it? Bill, please.
Yeah.
Come in. Hi, Sam. Hi. How's it going with the prayer? Good. Okay? Yeah. I've got something for you. It was Dad's. I thought you might like to wear it tomorrow.
Thanks.
Sam, if there was ever anything bothering you, anything really serious, you would tell me, wouldn't you?
I suppose, yeah. Well, unless I was really ashamed about it, or I knew I'd hurt your feelings.
Don't ever let that stop you. Ashley? Don't let go!
Harriet?
Come here quickly, help me.
You're okay.
Run for the doctor. And shut the door. You're okay. You're okay. Shit, it's mine.
Leave it. Leave it.
No.
Hello? Oh, Ambassador.
Harriet?
Yes. Yes, of course. Right away. Emergency at the residence.
Didn't take you long to become indispensable.
How long did it take you?
Oh, God.
John, thanks for coming.
Sure.
Catherine, you got here quickly.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. A drink?
Yeah.
I wonder what the poor boy was running away from.
Cornelius gets right under their skin. It's like some kind of game.
Can you remember anything Ashley said during his healing?
It didn't sound like healing to me. Everything he said was destructive, like the more you love someone, the more likely they are to hurt you.
Do you think he was talking about Cornelius?
Oh, no. No, Cornelius would never allow his love for them to be questioned. Not part of the plan. No, he blames everything on the past. They were exploited by the people they were supposed to love. Damaged, that was it. Ashley was damaged, apparently.
More pop psychology. Catherine, can I... Sorry.
Sure.
Thank you, Catherine.
Bye.
Good night. How's Ashley?
Fine.
What the hell are you thinking about, Harriet? Can you imagine if he'd fallen? Cult member dies in an ambassador's residence with the Archbishop of Canterbury in the next room?
Don't, John. I feel bad enough as it is. It never occurred to me that he'd be that desperate.
Well, how could you know? If anyone's to blame, it's Cornelius.
I'm not so sure. His Grace is leaving. Oh. Does he know what happened? No. He slept like a baby, apparently.
Believe me, Harriet, the last thing I want is to abandon the service. But we've run out of time. The boycott situation is hardly likely to change now.
What if I were to tell you Ashley Potter is here? Upstairs. Now, obviously, his well-being is the most important thing, but if what I suspect is true, things may be resolved very soon. Oliver, please change your flight. Just give me a couple of hours, then everything will be clearer. Hello, Ashley. How are you doing? I have a confession to make. When I first heard about the healing way, I assumed that it was dangerous. I think that's what most people think about cults.
It's not a cult. It's a community.
I know. And I see why you joined. You needed shelter. You needed healing. Was there something that only Cornelius could help you with? Something that happened before you went to the healing way?
I didn't know what to do. I loved him. I thought I could trust him.
Ashley has something he needs to tell you.
was him. He did the damage. He said I wasn't like other boys. He said I was special. What we did was all right because we loved
Oh,
each other.
Jesus, no.
Well, it's not true. He's been put up to it.
He was my little boy. We trusted you. How could you do this to us? Why didn't you tell me?
I thought you'd blame me. I thought you'd hate me for letting him do it.
Ash, I'm so sorry.
Ash.
Whatever you choose to do now, we won't try and stop you.
You made your choice then?
I told them.
That's good. But the struggle goes on. It won't be easy, you know. You up to it?
I don't know. I want to give him another chance.
If it's what you've decided,
I couldn't have done it without you.
I'm always here if you need me.
This is the word of the Lord.
Father, we have come together in peace to honour your name. Grant us strength and understanding as we strive to live together in friendship according to our shared faith. Lord, hear us.
In your hymn books, please turn to hymn 345.
And now, of course, we're back by the Liffey, or for those of you who are familiar with James Joyce's Ulysses will know it as the Anna Liffey. Over here is where U2 first recorded their music, and the wall on which fans have been graffitiing for years, saying such things as, "U2, you've changed my life." That's it, Carl. You look a million miles away.
No, I'm here. Sean, I need to go back to Manchester tomorrow.
Tomorrow? I thought you didn't have to go for weeks.
Just for a couple of days, I'll be back. Only something's come up.
What? What is it?
The thing is, I'm pregnant.
I thought you didn't start college till September.
We have to pre-register, apparently. I don't realise.
That's a fish and a half you have there, Zoe. Where the hell did you catch that?
Can't you do it by phone?
I would if I could. Only have to be there, taking photos and stuff. I'll only be gone a couple of days.
That's no problem. We'll be able to manage without it for that long. Can't we, Sean?
That's not why she's going.
What do you mean?
She's going to Manchester to have an abortion.
Zoe, you're pregnant?
Pregnant?
Yes.
But
You can't get rid of it. You can't.
I've already made the decision.
What's going on?
Sean, do you agree with this?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I've only just found out. I told her at least not to rush into anything.
It's my decision.
It's mine too.
I've bought a ticket. I'm going to...
You can't, Zoe. Zoe, look at me. Look me in the eye and tell me that you could even think of killing a baby.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, you have to tell her, Sean.
I have.
Leave me alone.
Zoe, it's murder.
Leave me alone.
Zoe, let's just calm down.
Let's calm down.
Sean.
Man, get off!
Her name's Zoe Taylor. She's from Manchester and she's 16 years old.
Is the boy badly hurt?
He's still in hospital. They're calling it assault causing serious harm.
So it was an accident?
The family don't think so. The Gardaí have granted bail on condition she doesn't leave the country, of course. She can't stay with the family since they're the ones who are pressing charges, so we're looking after her.
Why? What about her own family?
We've tried her mother in Manchester, but we haven't been able to get hold of her. She's some kind of nightclub singer, apparently, working on a cruise ship somewhere in the Med.
Where have you put her?
She's in consular accommodation with a flat temporarily vacant.
Well, you seem to have everything under control.
Thank you.
But there has to be a but, or you wouldn't be involving me.
She's 9 weeks pregnant and she wants an abortion.
It's just a small domestic problem. For some reason, the boy's pressing charges. Now, as a UK citizen, Zoe has every right to a termination. But because of the conditions of her bail, she can't exercise that right. Now, I know abortion's illegal here, and of course it would be out of the question.
So what are you asking?
I want you to talk to the Justice Minister. Get him to relax the bail conditions so she can go back to England for a few days.
And she can have an abortion?
Yes.
You do realise?
Yes, I know what I'm asking.
And you've tried everything else?
Yes, we'll get her to apologise and we hope the family will drop the charges. But there is a time factor involved. She's already 9 weeks pregnant.
Harriet, though. It'll have to be handled very discreetly.
Thank you, Kevin.
No, I'm only saying I'll try.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Dupont.
I really am sorry about Sean. I never meant to hurt him. We've known each other years. It was only last Whitsun when I came over at half-term that we... It was a mistake. You can't let your whole life be ruined for one mistake, can you?
There's really nothing to be nervous about, Zoe.
What if they don't drop the charges? Will you be able to get me out?
Well, I can't say anything officially, but... yes, there are moves in hand.
Just get me on that boat. Please. Sorry.
Zoe, so am I. I behaved terribly. I just thought you'd set your mind on the abortion. There was no changing it. You're a lovely, sensible girl. I should have known there was no way you'd go through with it.
What? I haven't changed my mind about the abortion.
Oh, Zoe.
That's not why I'm here. Why did you press charges?
I had no choice.
Because she told you to?
No.
She did, didn't she?
The boy's in turmoil over this, Zoe.
It was the only way he could stop you from killing his child.
It's not a child, not yet.
If you'd had a mother who'd been a bit less willing to palm you off on other people whenever she wanted to do something for herself, you wouldn't even begin to think in this way.
Thought you liked having me in the holidays.
We do. And your mum may be my friend, but should she really be swanning off on cruise ships when she's a daughter your age?
That's why I want something different for me. I want a proper job. Like you just said, you can't have a proper job when you've got a baby.
Well, we'll have to try to work something out, won't we? You can't leave the country, so you can't abort the baby.
Yes, I can. The British Embassy are getting me out.
What in heaven's name did you say to this girl?
I made no promises. I simply said we would use our best endeavours.
Well, she seems to have had great faith in those endeavours. Take a look at this fax. One of my colleagues received it this morning. It's from one of his constituents, Mrs. Kathleen Foley.
That's the mother of the boy who's pressing charges.
To put it bluntly, she's accusing the British Embassy of conniving in the murder of her grandchild.
I see.
Now, you'll have to understand, Harriet, there is no way the government can intervene now. The Justice Minister will deny he ever even considered it. And so will I.
But it's only a letter, Minister. People write to their MPs all the time. They don't necessarily
Yes, we know
expect-
all about letters from the public. Thank you, Miss Grieve. But it hasn't just gone to him. Take a look at the list of the people she CC'd it to. Senior figures in the church, Spuck. And look here.
Siobhan Horton, Child Defence.
Exactly. This is going to blow up. Now.
Mrs. Smith, is it true you're trying to help a girl kill her baby? Murderers!
Good morning. How is she? You know how it is.
Zoe. This is Mrs. Smith, the British ambassador.
Hello, Zoe.
Is it all fixed up then? I can go back to England?
I'm afraid not.
Why not?
Zoe, we have a problem.
What?
Your story's got into the press, and abortion is such a sensitive issue here in Ireland that the government won't let you go back to England.
But you said it'd be okay.
It's not Miss Grieve's fault.
I don't care whose fault it is. I just want you to get me home.
We will keep on trying, Zoe.
Sure.
Zoe, I'm putting the kettle on. Do you want a cup of tea? Zoe?
When does she have to report to the bail office?
10. If we can find her before then, they'll never even know.
The next on Larry Holyhead Ferry leaves at 9:20.
She had very little money, apparently, possibly not even enough for the bus fare. It could take an hour to walk there.
There's one at North Wall, that's near her flat.
That goes at 9:50.
I'll get down there immediately.
I'll go to Dunleary.
Hang on, you'll need this.
This is the last call, 9:20 departure to Holyhead. All passengers from this service, please board immediately.
Zoe?
No?
Yes, it is. I'm from the British Embassy, and you can't get on that ferry.
have to.
You can't.
Let go of me, you bastard.
Zoe, you can't.
Please, oh please, come on.
It's not
Just say you didn't find me.
I'm sorry.
Please.
No.
I promised I'd come straight back. No one would know. No one.
I'm sorry. Come on. Car's over there.
Let me on the ball, please! Let me go! Please!
Where is she now?
The
Joseph Harbour unit.
The best you could do for her.
There is a shortage of juvenile centres.
Prostitutes and junkies.
It's a remand centre, not a convent. What do you expect? She did try to jump bail. If only she'd made it.
What, are you saying I should let her go?
I am simply saying that I wish she'd got onto that boat.
If she got onto that boat, Catherine, we'd all be on the next boat back to England ourselves. We're responsible for her observing bail. We had no choice.
Neither does Zoe.
The important question is, what do we do now?
The British tabloids seem to think we should be storming the Bastille and rescuing Zoe from the barbaric Irish.
What about the SE2?
The line from London is that the Irish constitution is to be respected and supported at all costs.
We're on our own then.
Would that we were.
The reasons for termination are irrelevant. What you're saying is Girl Z, a functional human being with social relationships and responsibilities, is equal only to a completely dependent fetus.
A life is a life, whether it's born or unborn, and the unborn are protected in our Constitution.
Whatever the Constitution says, abortion is a reality. 5,000 women in Ireland travel to Britain for abortions every year. Girl Z is being victimised appallingly.
Victimised?
Victimised by a man
Shite.
determined to put his demands
I think
as
she's a
father
selfish,
above
murdering
his
little
girlfriend's rights
bitch.
as a human being. But you can't just ignore
Do you not? No, she's not. She is, Sheridan. It's not as if she was raped, even.
5,000 are murdered every year. This country is the last line of defence in Europe to protect those victims, whether it's born or unborn.
Thanks.
Mum? What would you do if I got my girlfriend pregnant?
I'll beat the hell out of you.
I'm sorry about this morning. Didn't mean to criticize you.
Yeah, I'm sorry too.
That girl at Dunleary. Something about it.
Yeah.
Two indictments for failure to meet safety requirements, plus an outstanding writ from a diesel firm. I'd say the Foley Company is virtually on the rocks.
Not much of a life to offer, Zoe.
Nothing criminal, though.
No.
All right, anything on the mother?
The cruise finished 4 days ago. She's on holiday somewhere in Tunisia. We're checking the hotels, but so far nothing.
So we're all she has?
Sort of in loco parentis, isn't it? I feel rather like a surrogate father.
If we don't come up with something soon, you'll be a surrogate grandfather too. Zoe's 10 weeks now.
All right, Catherine, I think we're all aware of the urgency of the situation. Anything from the lawyers?
Well, yes, I rather think there might be. David Sheridan has suggested that we try and obtain a writ of habeas corpus on Zoe's behalf. That would force the courts to consider and rule on the legality of her being prevented from returning to England. If they ruled in her favour, she'd be free to go.
And how long will that take?
Obviously, the legal process can't be rushed.
I think it's worth pursuing, then.
Good.
Right. Catherine, any ideas?
Yes. I've been researching the abortion controversy in Ireland, particularly the cases of X and C. The key factor to emerge is that a doctor cannot be prosecuted for carrying out an abortion here in Ireland, provided he or she were of the opinion that the mother would otherwise take her own life. If Zoe were deemed to be suicidal, she could have an abortion.
No, Catherine. Zoe's case is completely different. If we were to rake over those two tragedies for the sake of exploiting a legal loophole, it would be perceived as a cynical, manipulative ploy.
But it is a genuine legal possibility.
I'm not saying your intentions aren't honourable, but this would turn it into a test case. It has to be about these two people, Sean and Zoe.
Well, what are we to do then?
I'm going to try and see the family.
I already told your secretary I don't want to speak to you.
Look, I understand why you must feel distrustful. You must be very distressed, but believe me, we want to do our best for you. Maybe I could possibly speak to Sean?
No,
Why not, Mr. Foley?
because you can't.
Charm not working.
Maybe I should just go around there anyway.
Bit tricky if they don't want you. British ambassador arrested for intimidating witnesses.
It's Sean that I really want to talk to. He must have some feelings for Zoe, but those parents won't let me anywhere near him.
I think I could get to Sean without too much trouble.
Oh, I don't see you as the tea and sympathy type.
I don't think this is a tea and sympathy sort of a case.
I still don't really understand what you're asking me to say.
If the psychiatrist is satisfied that you are in a state of extreme distress about your situation, which clearly you are, then she may be able to authorise an abortion in this country.
You want me to pretend I'm mad?
Oh, Zoe, no, I'm not saying that. You wouldn't have to pretend anything. You are desperately unhappy, even I can see that. Just be honest. I think Dr. Ashmore is ready to see you now.
Hello, how are you? Mr. Foley, yes. Kat, and hello, how are you? It's Kat and Sean, sorry.
Just give me the film.
I'm not a journalist.
Hey, you know.
Steady, steady.
You want to leave Siobhan alone. That woman's business is saving lives.
I'm not interested in Siobhan Houghton. I'm from the British Embassy. I'm here to see the Foleys.
You're an only child, is that right? And how do you think your mother will react when she finds out?
I don't know.
And what about your father?
He left my mum when I was a baby. I've never met him.
Are you afraid of history repeating itself?
No. No, I don't think Sean would let me down.
But you do feel anxious.
Of course I bloody feel anxious. Did you have a baby when you were 16?
No, I didn't.
Would you be sat at that desk now if you had?
Have you considered the possibility of adoption?
Of course I have. I've thought about it and thought about it. While it's inside me, I can make decisions. When it's born, when it's there and I'm responsible for it, how could I give it away? How could I cope if I don't? What? You said, be honest.
Why can't you leave these people alone? This is a private family matter.
We were acting for Zoe's family. What's your excuse?
I'm here at the Foley's own request to help their campaign to save a child's life.
Financial help, would that be? A firm on the brink of bankruptcy and suddenly there's a brand new minibus?
It's second-hand. Don't say anything, Sean. It's none of his business.
Oh, I think it is. I think there's a lot of people who'd be very interested in this.
It's for Zoe and the baby. If this company goes under, how is Sean going to support the three of them?
But what happens when the lawyers find out you've been taking money to maintain your story? Don't you think that's going to completely undermine your case against Zoe?
By the time it comes to court, it won't matter. It'll be too late for Zoe to abort the baby. And that's what this is about, the baby.
So you admit the assault charges are completely false?
We're admitting nothing.
Your conscience is quite clear about that.
We're trying to save a baby's life. How's your conscience on that?
Stephen, any news?
Not good, I'm afraid. It seems the legal process of habeas corpus may take months.
Well, worth a try, I suppose. I wonder if we're ever going to find a solution to this.
Well, they tell us there's a diplomatic answer to everything, but I can't see what it is.
Neither can I. To tell you the truth, Stephen, I don't know what to do. I just don't know.
There is another possibility, if we're really desperate. The lawyers say if she, Zoe, were to plead guilty to the assault.
Guilty?
Yes. You see, once convicted, you could be returned to England.
To a prison?
Yes. Then you'd be free to choose.
Whether to have the abortion?
Yes.
But I'm not guilty. I didn't mean to hurt Sean.
I know that.
We've known each other for years. We grew up together. I feel terrible this has happened to him. You think because I want an abortion I'll do anything, don't you? You want me to tell lies.
No, I don't. I felt that you had the right to make a decision for yourself. I'm sorry, Zoe.
But you'll still be angry I'm not doing it, won't you? Like Miss Grieve was this morning with that psychiatrist woman. I wouldn't lie to her. And I'm not going to lie to a court either.
And you're right. And I won't be angry with you. I wouldn't do it myself.
Thank you.
Ambassador?
Sit down. What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry.
You took Zoe to see a psychiatrist.
I just felt it was something we needed to explore.
I made it crystal clear that it was not to be explored.
Well, you'll forgive me for saying so, Ambassador, but perhaps your view is not the only valid one in this case.
What do you mean?
You're always the one who gets so involved with these things, aren't you? The personal touch, all that. Why are you being so detached about this?
Because we have to be. This is not for us to decide, it's for Zoe.
You think she should have the baby, don't you? Instinctively. As a woman and a mother.
What I think is irrelevant.
She's a young girl who made a mistake. Why should she have to pay for it for the rest of her life? Shouldn't we be ready to try anything?
No, Catherine, not anything.
Well, then what are we to do? Stand by and see her entire life destroyed?
That's a gross exaggeration.
How would you know? All the girl wants is a chance to get some respect. To be somebody.
I understand the need for a career.
I don't understand why it's an issue at all. All this moralizing and pussyfooting around when all the time there's really nothing to it at all. Nothing. You go in there, sick, depressed, the weight of the world on your shoulders, and you come out free. That's it. Doesn't even hurt very much. You put it behind you and you get on with the life you wouldn't otherwise have had.
And have you, Catherine?
Have I what?
Put it behind you.
I wouldn't be standing here now if I hadn't. I made my decision. I put myself first. Because who the hell else was ever going to...
Catherine.
Just go away, won't you?
Look, it's all right. It's all right.
No, it isn't.
Don't you want to talk about this?
What? My abortion? Just because we happen to be screwing at the moment doesn't give you the right to poke around in my life as well.
Where you want me to go?
You're so observant.
Look, this is silly. Harriet told me what you did, okay? But she understands about getting emotionally involved. And for what it's worth, I don't think any the worse of you for it either. It's nice to know you can get emotional about anything. Wish you could do it with me sometime. Because actually, I think we're doing just a little bit more than screwing at the moment. Or I'd like us to. You don't have to be an iceberg all the time.
Am I?
Occasionally you warm up. Boy, you hate being understood, don't you?
Absolutely.
Is Catherine all right?
Yeah, fine. Just really sorry she offended you.
I'm beginning to think we're losing our sense of perspective.
We're not the only ones. Give me a second. Now, it seems the Foleys have been taking money from child defence in order to maintain their stance.
Have they?
Had a word with the lawyers. They think it looks pretty good for a setup, but all three Foleys have signed sworn statements saying it was a willful stabbing, and it seems only a jury can set those aside.
No use then?
Well, we could drop a gentle hint to the press, and that would cut the moral high ground from right under the feet.
John?
What?
What is the matter with you? We're supposed to be containing this situation, not exploding it.
Not for too much longer, you'll be glad to hear. We found the mother.
What?
Or rather, she found the press.
Is it true you've signed an exclusive deal on this?
Zoe.
How are you?
Okay.
I'm sorry it's taken me so long. I didn't know.
They said.
We'd gone into the desert, and when we got back into Hammermut, it was all over the papers. I mean, no pictures or anything, but I knew it was me.
Are they paying you, the press?
Look, love, I'm not made of money. I couldn't have got here so quickly unless...
So what's the deal? With the paper? Which is best financially? If I have the baby or if I have an abortion?
Sorry. Zoe, I'm your mother. I'm here to support you. You would have talked to me anyway, wouldn't you, before you made a decision?
Come off it, Mum. You wouldn't have wanted to know.
Of course I would.
I should have been off your hands this summer. You get this really good job and here I am causing trouble.
Hey, the contract was finished. We were coming home anyway.
Back to me. Back to a problem you never wanted.
That's a terrible thing to say.
True though, isn't it? That's why I've always loved coming to Ireland.
Yeah, well, it's easy for Kath to give you what she does. She isn't on her own, is she?
You could never wait to put me on the coach.
Because I wanted you to be happy. Zoe, let's not fight, eh? I'm here to help you. If you want an abortion, then we've got to get you one. Come on, love. Don't give up. I only wish I'd been as brave as you are.
So what you mean is, you wish you'd had an abortion?
There she is. It's you, isn't it? Your girl, Zed, aren't you?
Please let me past.
I wonder you go around looking guilty all the time.
I don't feel guilty.
Well, you should. Selfish, murdering, little bitch. Aren't you?
Maureen.
Leave her. She's the girl in the news. Girl Zed. Aren't you?
So, she only wants to do what thousands of us have done.
Aren't you? Bet you'd like to stick a knife in me too, wouldn't you?
I still can't get over it. Seeing her in that prison. How can I tell her that I want to start again? All she thinks now is that I'm here for the money. I don't want the bloody money. I want Zoe.
I know. I can see that.
Life's not that forgiving though, is it? If there's something missing, then it stays missing. I should just go back.
No, don't do that. Kathleen Foley's your friend, isn't she? They won't see me, but they might talk to you.
Kath.
Kath. Oh, like your hair.
I've looked like this for years.
Huh?
Just haven't seen you, have I? The only news I've had of you lately has been through Zoe.
Yeah. We need to talk about Zoe. She's as miserable as hell, Kath. Poor kid. She's going through agony.
If you think you can get me to change my mind by making me feel sorry for her, you can think again. I do feel sorry for her. And believe it or not, I'm sorry for you. You're my oldest friend.
Then isn't it time you started acting like it? I asked you to look after my daughter, and she's ended up in prison.
I love Zoe. She's more like my daughter than yours. And what right have you to lecture me about responsibility when you're out there on some tin pot cruise ship belting out Shirley Bassey numbers?
Oh, that's not fair. I've got a mortgage to pay.
You could work at home. You could get a job which had a bit of dignity.
You're just jealous. Because you gave up and I didn't. After years of having to turn down opportunities because of Zoe, I'm actually getting somewhere.
And for you, that's enough, is it? Enough to make up for not having a family? For knowing that you can get up in the morning, forget to put your makeup on, and people will still love you? The trouble with you, Annette, is you've never grown up. You've never accepted responsibility for Zoe. What chance did she ever have of learning responsibility for her child?
I don't know why I bothered coming here.
Neither do I.
the spine, you see? And the feet. Look, they're moving. Which of you is the mother?
Mrs. Taylor.
Well, Zoe and her baby both seem fine, Mrs. Taylor. Is the baby's father not here?
No. Is she up to visitors?
Yes. She wants to see Mrs. Smith.
Oh. Zoe?
Mrs. Smith, I want to ask you something.
What?
Am I right to want an abortion?
Oh, Zoe. I don't know. I'm not you. It has to be your decision.
Everyone else is telling me what to do. Why not you?
I think you've got enough pressure on you as it is.
But I'm asking you, so that's not pressure, is it?
We'll be needing the suite, I'm afraid, Zoe, so you'll have to go back to your room now.
Please, Mrs. Smith. I've no one else to ask.
Your mother's outside.
I don't want my mother.
2 minutes. All right. If it were me, I would have the baby. But it wouldn't be right for
I
me
don't
to...
want you to be right. I want you to care.
Mr. Foley? I'm Harriet Smith from the embassy. What happened?
You can see what happened, can't you?
Who was it? Pro-choice?
Leave us alone, will you? We've already said we don't want to speak to you.
Sean? There's been an incident at the remand centre. Zoe's been hurt.
What?
They rushed her into hospital for tests because of the baby.
Is it all right?
Well, the nurse felt that you should be there.
Zoe? Are you okay?
You don't need to go through the motions of being concerned about me. Just come out and ask what you really came to ask. Ask me if the baby's okay.
I am concerned
Just
about
ask!
you. Okay, I'll ask. Is it okay?
Yes!
Well, thank God for that.
But if it had a dad, whose fault would it have been?
Whoever did this to you.
You think it would have been mine?
Don't tell me what I think, Zoe. Only I know who I blame for this. And don't tell me I'm going through the motions of being concerned about you.
But I wasn't as important to you as the baby.
When I came in here, I thought the baby might have been dead. I knew you were at least alive. I knew you were upset and I could see you were a bit scratched.
Scratched? I look like bloody Frankenstein.
I've seen you worse.
When?
That time you fell off the wall in Doggy.
I was alright, I was just a bit shaken.
You were a mess. Somebody said your sister's fallen. I looked over, and for a second I thought you were dead. Any idea how that felt?
I thought you were my brother.
Often happened, didn't it? I used to sort of like it.
When did it change? When did it turn into this?
I don't know. One day I just realised it had. Listen, I better go.
Photo of the scan, in case you change your mind. It's this way out?
I want to see the Gardaí.
Hello, Zoe.
Mrs. Smith, thanks.
It wasn't me who brought you out, it was Sean, by dropping the charges. So, you'll be going back home later on today, back to England. After you've been to court and they've formally brought no evidence against you.
Yeah.
Just before we go, there's someone else who'd like to talk to you.
I'm not sure we've got anything to say to each other.
I think you should try.
Zoe, you all right?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry
Why?
for being such a lousy mother.
You never asked for the job, did you?
I want us to start again, Zoe. Let me come back with you.
Come off it, Mum. It's the season. You know you've got to work in the summer.
No, I spoke to my agent. He says he's found me some local work over in Morecambe.
You always say Morecambe's the pits.
I know. But what's worse, Zoe, is leaving your daughter to fend for herself when she's having an abortion. I want to look after you, Zoe. It's not too late, is it? Zoe?
Mrs. Smith, Mum wants me to go back with her.
Okay.
She wants to come back to England with me.
Well, we'll arrange a ticket for her as well. We'll get you both to the ferry.
Thanks again.
Bye, Zoe. Good luck.
So, have all the pro-lifers gone from the embassy?
Yeah. And there are more lovely songs in the evening.
We've got a group of pro-choice supporters picketing the Doyle now. They don't sing, they chant.
Kevin, I lied. I let Sean think his baby was in danger even when I knew it was all right.
Oh, come on. A diplomatic suppression of the truth, that's all.
No, it was a lie. I mean, I couldn't go on doing nothing while everyone else was getting their hands dirty. You, the Minister for Justice, even Zoe. I had to do something.
We'll make a politician of you yet.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Mrs. Taylor? Zoe? I wanted to bid you an official farewell on behalf of the embassy.
Oh, thank you.
And to give you these.
Oh, yeah.
And I must say, Zoe, how glad I am to see you at least once before you go. You've been occupying our minds a great deal.
Thanks.
Zoe?
Oh, dear.
It's all right.
Just wanted to say goodbye. To say I'm here. You know, if you ever...
Sean.
Because I love you. And I'm not going to stop
Sean.
loving you even when there isn't a baby.
I'm going to have the baby. It was when I thought I'd lost it. I wasn't completely sure even then. Not until I got out of that place. But then I realised that no one, not even you, was going to stop me doing what I wanted to do.
What about going to college? Being a nurse?
I've got my mum now. She's going to be there to help me. I don't know if I can do both, but I'm going to give it a try.
Zoe! It's time to get on board, love.
I've got to go.
Yeah. You'll tell me what happens, won't you? You know I'm here if you want me.
I know that.
Oh, okay. Thanks very much. Chop me up.
5 words.
Now, this is too easy.
Mrs. Smith goes to Washington.
You being posted or something?
No, they're just being silly. Don't pay any attention.
The whole thing? Oh.
Planet of the Apes, is it? Oh, sorry. No, obviously not. The Elephant Man.
The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Very good. Mom.
You mean Notre Dame, don't you?
Oh, shut up. Now, as a punishment, you are it.
Go on.
Okay,
Oh.
here you are. Okay,
First word. How many words? 6 words. Six. First word.
Here.
Here.
Everyone's asking for you. Do you want me to help you get dressed?
If I wanted to get dressed, I'd do it myself. I'm not a cripple.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, but what am I meant to tell them?
Whatever you usually tell them. I'm sure you'll find something diplomatic.
Jane, it's informal. I arranged it like that because I thought that would be easier for you.
No, you thought it would be fun for Harriet.
Fun for everyone.
I'm 45 years old and I feel like I'm going on 75.
You don't. You look great.
Piss off.
Please, Jane.
You should have told people I'd had a stroke.
It was your idea not to tell them.
You liar!
You said you didn't want to.
You lying bastard! All you care about is yourself.
Let's not fight, Jane.
Look, I'm warning you. Keep away from me.
I'm trying to look after you. It's been a strain on both of us. Why do you have to be like this?
To the extradition. On behalf of the Attorney General's office.
You're not going to make a speech, are you?
Typical barrister.
Tomorrow, God willing, Martin Casey will finally be handed over to us to stand trial in England. And yes, finally, I'll be out of here.
I'll drink to that.
Ignore them, David. I'll miss you. I've loved having you here.
Thank you. Do I detect that you've been awarded an honour? You were made a dame?
They're pulling your leg. It's a rumour. Honestly.
My career is on the line here. No wonder I didn't get the ambassador's job in Chile. Where do you think I go from here?
I don't care. Don't blame me.
Don't you dare break that.
Look, let go of me. I'll scream.
I'm telling you, Jane. I've had enough.
Mrs. Mack, may I have my coat, please? I'll get it.
I'll come with you.
Anybody seen Stephen?
No, I haven't. No.
Let's see if he's all right. Oh, you're both leaving already?
No, just me.
Stephen? Stephen? Everything all right?
Jane's got a headache. Another migraine.
Oh, poor thing, not again.
I know, and she was so looking forward to tonight.
Maybe the letter's arrived confirming her reward.
The man is dying. Now, what's to be gained by pursuing him through the courts?
I'll convey that to London.
Oh, I intend to do that direct. This extradition is wrong.
Where's Stephen?
He isn't here yet.
This is his brief and I want him here now.
I'll check to see if he's left a message.
Martin Casey has been rushed to hospital and Minister Flaherty wants to halt the extradition.
Casey's not that ill, it's a stunt. A last-ditch attempt to avoid prosecution. Flaherty must know that.
6 men died in the Aldershot bombing. Doesn't matter how ill Casey is, he should stand trial.
No message from Stephen and nothing in the diary.
Where is he then?
Good morning. I'm the ambassador's PA. Mr. Tyler's not here at the moment. Can I be of any help?
Something's happened to Stephen.
What?
We're in my office.
Close the door. Something terrible's happened. Jane Tyler's dead.
Oh my God.
How?
In her sleep.
Was she ill?
No, she was a diabetic.
God, no wonder she didn't appear last night.
And the Gardaí can't find Stephen.
Well, he must be in shock. He's probably taken himself off somewhere.
John, will you see if you can?
Sure.
Make sure he's all right. And Catherine, will you go to the house and help him with things there?
I'll make the necessary arrangements. I'm the British Consul General. Can you tell me which mortuary she's being taken to, please?
She'll be going to the pathology lab at St. Vincent's. I'm D.S. Slater. I'm overseeing police matters.
You're a detective?
Yeah.
It's terrible, Mr. Stone.
Did you see him this morning?
No.
His bed slept in?
No. Did you find him?
No. It seems he and Jane had a fight last night. The Gardaí have assigned a detective. The housekeeper says she saw bruising on Jane's wrists and arms.
The thing is, when I last spoke to Jeremy about it, he felt the trouble.
Stephen.
Hi, morning. How are you?
Yes.
Stephen.
This is a surprise. I didn't know you were attending the meeting.
When you weren't at morning prayers this morning, I assumed...
Oh, Ambassador, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. I meant to ring you. I'd arranged with David to go through the affidavit over breakfast.
Could I have a word with you outside?
Of course.
Would you excuse us, please, gentlemen?
David, how are you? So,
Are you all right?
I am sorry about this morning.
Stephen, I have some terrible news for you. Jane died this morning. Your housekeeper found her in bed.
I see.
I'm so sorry, Stephen. Is there anything I can do?
I'll have to contact her family. Do you know how?
In her sleep.
But I don't understand. She was getting better.
I didn't realize she was so ill.
She'd had a stroke about a year ago.
I had no idea.
Yes.
Did you not see her this morning?
We'd had separate rooms since the illness. She hasn't been sleeping well. I didn't look in on her. I don't, as a habit.
If there's anything I can do.
Thank you, Mrs. Mack.
Well, there are a few circumstances surrounding your wife's death that we're not clear about.
Was it a stroke?
Well, we're keeping that as a possibility.
You think there might have been some other cause?
We're still waiting on the pathologist's report. There was a syringe at her bedside.
She was diabetic. She needed regular injections of insulin. It was the reason she'd had a stroke at such a young age. Diabetics have a higher risk.
How would you describe her mood when you last saw her?
We'd had a bit of a falling out, but we'd made up and everything was fine.
I had noticed there was a few things broken. She had some bruises.
She bruised very easily. Is that it?
For the moment, sir. But I will need to ask you for your fingerprints for the purposes of elimination.
Is that routine?
In cases like this, sir, yes.
From Chile.
If you noticed how few personal tributes there are.
There were some sent to his house.
I don't think either of them had many real friends. Stephen's a very private man. I hardly know him.
I never met her at all.
She wasn't one of the tea and bridge set, I'll tell you that. Remember, we got bored at some bash and skived off to the races together.
You liked her?
Yeah, I like Stephen too.
Why'd you say that?
We better go.
The Justice Department have advised me of a potential situation.
Concerning the extradition?
Stephen Tyler. The Gardaí have some concerns about the death of his wife.
What do you mean?
Harriet, I'm trying to act as a good neighbour here and notify you in advance. Jane's death was brought on by an overdose of insulin.
She overdosed.
Except according to the forensic report, Stephen's fingerprints were found on the syringe at her bedside.
Go on.
The Gardaí are going to ask to interview Stephen formally.
Well, I want to talk to him first.
I don't want to prejudge this, but he certainly has some explaining to do.
I'm sure there's no problem with that.
Well, it's come at rather a bad time, Harriet. We don't know how this will pan out, and we have to consider the extradition.
Why? What's that got to do with it?
Well, you can't push to extradite an Irish citizen unless you get your own house in order.
So Casey gets away with it. You know that we want to bring him to trial now.
Delay the extradition, and no one can say a thing.
No one can say anything now. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. Stephen's done nothing wrong. Stephen, I'm sorry to bring you in.
It's no trouble. I was aware there were matters concerning the extradition that you need to be briefed on.
Stephen, I'm afraid this meeting isn't about that. I need to talk to you about Jane's death. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but she died from an overdose of insulin.
I can't believe it.
I'm so sorry, Stephen. This must come as an awful shock to you, and I hate to do this to you, but the police have asked permission to interview you. Apparently, your fingerprints were found on the syringe. Is there any way that you could explain that?
Well, yes. I gave Jane her insulin shot. I do every night.
Right. Could you have given her the wrong dose?
No. No. I could virtually do it with my eyes shut. I don't understand it.
I have to make a decision, and I need to know the truth. Is there any possibility that you were responsible for Jane's death?
No.
Right. Then I think that you should cooperate with the Gardaí and tell them everything you know. And Catherine will go with you to the station.
I'll have a lawyer on hand.
I think it would be advisable if we have a conversation before they go. Stephen, could you wait outside?
What?
We know Flaherty's going to give us problems on the extradition. The Irish have been hesitant already. This is a golden opportunity for them, and they're bound to use it. Now, we can stop that if we go for diplomatic immunity and get Stephen out of the country.
No, there are no grounds
Harriet,
for that.
let's get him out now. Look at the circumstances surrounding Jane's death. Now, if he gave her the wrong dose, it's manslaughter at the very best. Then there's the fight, the bruising, the various inconsistencies in his story. We could be talking a lot worse.
We don't know that, John.
Flaherty's already suggested delaying the extradition, hasn't he? He's already tied Stephen's situation to Casey's.
There is no link.
That changes the minute Stephen's charged. Now, you're looking at a situation where a senior British diplomat is on trial for murder in a foreign country. That'll be deeply embarrassing for Britain.
If he's charged.
If you invoke diplomatic immunity, you won't be.
Even if I accept that, what happens to Stephen?
Well, he'll escape prosecution. The investigation will be terminated.
No. No, he has to have an opportunity to prove his innocence. If I invoke immunity, he'll be thrown out of the Foreign Office, and he'd live the rest of his life under a cloud of suspicion.
Better than living behind bars.
John, this man has just lost his wife, and you want me to end his career? I'm not going to do that.
We can't be seen to be allowing our people to circumvent Irish law while we extradite their citizens to Britain to face trial. We can't have both those stories sharing the front page of the Irish Times. That's a PR disaster. I agree with the ambassador.
Catherine, no, we must act now before there's any more evidence and before this gets out.
If it gets out that we shoved this under the carpet, we'd be humiliated.
Yes, Catherine's right. And we've kept Stephen waiting far too long. Stephen.
I'm sure Mrs. Mack will testify that I routinely gave Jane her nighttime dose.
Why? Why didn't Jane do it herself?
It was her hand. Just after the stroke, she found it difficult, so I started to do it for her. Her hand improved, but it had become part of the routine, one of the things I felt I could do for her.
Well, that explains your fingerprints, sir. How do you explain the overdose?
I don't know.
According to her doctor, Mrs. Tyler was on 2 types of insulin. All right?
4 to 8 units of fast-acting during the day and 20 units of slow-acting at night.
Well, did you mistakenly give her 20 units of the fast-acting that evening?
No.
Had you much to drink that night, Mr. Tyler?
Well, I'd hosted a party.
So you're saying you'd had quite a bit?
No, why?
You were drunk, am I right?
That isn't what happened.
Tell me what did happen. Tell me how you gave your wife the wrong dose.
Can't we have a break? I think the line of questioning has become a little overbearing.
I wish to speak to the ambassador. I want to be returned to the embassy. I claim diplomatic immunity.
Right. What's going on, Stephen?
I'm asking you to grant me diplomatic immunity. I think I'm in trouble.
Do you want to tell me?
It's the fight I had with Jane. I was upset. I must have started drinking. I had a lot to drink, so much so I can't remember what happened.
You mean you had some kind of blackout?
We had this huge row. It's all I know.
What else do you remember?
I think I must have gone out somewhere. I know I left the house because when I woke this morning I was on St. Stephen's Green. I was lying under the Wolfe Tone Memorial. I thought I cut my head as a result of falling over on the green, but I don't know.
I'll take that for you.
I love Jane. But it was a stroke. We just couldn't talk anymore. She couldn't always articulate her thoughts. Her memory disintegrated. She became confused and irritable. It just got harder and harder. I lost my patience with her. I'm asking you, Ambassador, please. Please, Ambassador.
Why didn't you tell me all this before?
It was a mistake, Ambassador. I didn't want you to know. I didn't want to admit that I'd lost control in such an unprofessional manner.
Is it important?
I'm sorry. I think it needs your attention.
What is it?
That was RTE. They're doing a big piece tonight on Casey's pending extradition. They've invited us to put forward a representative. It's Stephen's brief.
Well, tell them I'll cover the debate. And Susan, will you find out what time I'm needed at the studio?
Of course.
Did Stephen add to his story?
No.
Do you believe it?
The Gardaí won't. And you are going to have to look after him for a while.
Of course.
I need to take advice from London.
You know, they'll just say it's up to you.
Let's see what you can remember, shall we?
Why do I bother? Because he's a diplomat, he thinks he can get away with murder. Literally murder.
What about your boss?
Yeah, he can't do anything.
Somebody's got to be able to do something. I know some people. It won't come back to you.
Here's your shirt.
Hello, Kevin.
Evening, Harriet. So, I'll see you in the ring. Good luck.
And you.
Where do you think I go from here?
I don't care.
Why do you have to be like this? I'm telling you, Jane. I've had enough.
Let go of me!
I'll get it for you.
Hello. He's not available.
Who is this? Where did you get this information from? He has no comment to make. you from RTE. It's out. The news is leaked. We have to warn Harriet. Because the papers have got it, they've just been on the phone.
Prices can be higher than London's Mayfair, but latest figures show that Donnybrook and
Ambassador. Producer. Patrick and Hill, thank you for coming by so quickly. Very good. Show receipts. Ambassador, this is Hilary. Who'll be popping the questions this evening.
Good evening.
Your name is not on the list.
I need to speak to the ambassador before she goes on air.
There is no admission.
Look, this is urgent.
Put me through to the producer. I want to speak to him.
30 seconds.
Happy, everyone? Everything's okay.
Control room.
Stand by in studio. Coming back to camera 1. Hello?
We've lost the auto cue.
Damn it. Hang on, please. They're busy up there. Hey! Hey! Come back here!
Also joined by the British ambassador, Harriet Smith. You're asking the Irish government to deliver up a terminally ill man for trial in Britain. The question is, why are you still pursuing this?
Because Martin Casey has been...
Stay on singles here between 1 and 3, coming to 1 next.
In which 6 people were killed.
Down 1 now.
I want to speak to the producer.
Quiet.
This is live!
And one point is, he's dying. It seems unjustifiably vindictive.
Mr. Casey is an innocent man. There has been nothing proven against him. And there is another issue. Can I ask you for your comments on tomorrow's headlines, Ambassador? This story that a member of your staff is to be granted exemption from prosecution.
That is a separate issue.
Oh, but you can confirm that the story is true.
I'm here to talk about Martin Casey.
The story is that he's been arrested in connection with the sudden death of his wife.
Come to 2, take 2. Pan on 3, coming to 3.
I'm not in a position to make any comment.
Oh, but you see the relevance. It appears to be one set of laws for us, another for them.
The fact is, if the ambassador wishes to invoke immunity, there is nothing we can do. A diplomatic immunity is between the diplomat and his embassy.
So you're not saying it has no bearing on this situation?
If the report is true, in the context of the extradition, I would take a dim view of their actions. I'd also find it peculiar that a legal system largely inherited from Britain, I might add, would be seen not to be acceptable.
There's no suggestion of that.
Then why invoke immunity?
I was asked on this program to discuss Martin Casey.
Are you going to invoke immunity?
No. No. We have complete faith in the Irish justice system.
And that's all we have time for. Tomorrow our guest will be Eddie Irvine, and we'll be discussing attempts to set up an Irish Grand Prix. Good night. Thank you very much, everyone.
We tried to warn you.
You can complain. You can complain to...
Did you know about this?
She was after me as much as you. I didn't say anything I wouldn't say to your face. Now, come on, I'll buy you a drink.
I must talk to Stephen.
Now, don't blame me, Harriet.
Stephen? I'm sorry. Sorry. Sorry to call on you this late. I need your help.
Sure, yeah. Come in, Harry, come in. How did Stephen take it?
I let him down.
Well, what could you do?
The Gardaí are waiting to re-interview him, and if he can't account for what happened, then he lays himself open to any charge they might care to make.
Give me some guidelines. What do you want?
Anything. Anything that'll help. But I want the truth. And I don't want you to go beyond the law.
Well, I'm hardly likely to do that. Not now I know I'm not going to get diplomatic immunity. You realise the FCO are going to be furious.
Immunity would have been disaster. You saw that interview.
Yeah. Oh, Catherine was right, but Stephen being charged as a murderer would be just as bad.
We must never let it come to that.
As soon as I have anything, I'll let you know.
Okay. Thanks, Tom.
You were in no condition to give her medication. Isn't that true? Isn't that true, Mr. Tyler? Yes or no?
He can't remember. Surely it's unreasonable to expect him to comment on his condition at the time.
So, you went walkabout. Where?
I woke up on St. Stephen's Green just after 6, that's all I know.
Any witnesses?
I was lying by the memorial. Someone would have seen me.
Do you want me to go door to door till I find someone?
Did you see anyone, Stephen? Anyone who could verify this?
Then I've two possibilities. Either you were so drunk you have no idea how you killed your wife, or you know you killed her, and you think this story about your going out that night is going to give you some kind of an alibi.
That's not true.
It wasn't an accident, was it?
How can you say that?
Because of the evidence. By your own admission, you'd had a violent row with your wife that night. And it wasn't one injection that killed her. It was two. I'm now formally charging you with the murder of your wife. For that you, the said accused, Stephen Tyler, did on the 14th of September 1998 at St. Mary's, Albert Road, Upper Glenageary, in the Dublin Metropolitan District, did murder Jane Tyler, contrary to common law.
Stephen's been charged. They've revealed that there were 2 injections.
Yeah, I know. I've got details of the post-mortem report. The second injection, the one that actually killed Jane, was administered somewhere between 2:30 and 3:30 a.m.
Well, then Stephen couldn't be responsible. He said he wasn't at home then.
But the Gardaí aren't going to accept his word for that. And you can understand their suspicion. Stephen has got to provide evidence of where he was.
Well, we can do that. We can find out where he was.
Did the police take the clothes Mr. Tyler was wearing that night?
Well, they wanted to, but the problem was I'd washed them. Well, he left them all over the floor in the bathroom. I didn't know.
Did police show any interest in this?
No?
Surprised you didn't wash it.
I didn't think to look at it. Sugar? Is that all there is in there?
It's not bad. There's one near St. Stephen's Green.
Well, how do you know he got it that night? That could have been lying in his pocket for weeks.
Except under normal circumstances, I don't think Mr. Tyler's exactly the fast food type.
How are you feeling?
I want to see her.
I'm afraid that's not going to be possible for a while.
I want to make sure she's wearing something nice. There's a particular dress.
I'll go to the house. Stephen. Why did you keep her illness such a secret?
It was Jane's idea. It's not easy being a diplomat's wife. She didn't feel she could accompany me or entertain.
You should have told us. We would have understood.
I got angry with her. It was me. I was to blame. Jane knew. I was scared that she'd let me down. I never said that. But she knew me.
You must have been under terrible pressure.
I didn't do it, Catherine.
It was an accident. Stephen, if it was an accident, it isn't murder. No one, except maybe the Gardaí, thinks that you deliberately killed her. You're turning this into something that it isn't, and putting additional strain on yourself. I know it isn't easy to admit. It takes courage. Everyone sympathizes with you. But it would be better for you, for all concerned, if we could have this over and done with very quickly.
Is that what Harriet thinks?
She would never say that. But she doesn't want you to be found guilty of murder.
You seen this guy in here?
Yeah, I remember the guy.
You do?
Yeah, he had the staggers. He was well blasted. He was bleeding from his head.
Do you remember when he was in here?
Look, all I know is he ordered a cup of coffee and put most of it on the floor.
Yeah, but was it midnight? Was it dawn?
I don't know.
Come on, help me here.
I've got no idea.
Well, think about your rota. Was it before your tea break or after? And if he spilled coffee, who cleaned it up? Come on, think.
It was before about 1:30.
You sure it wasn't any later than that?
No way. My shift ends at 2.
It's my understanding that if someone's been charged, they can't be re-interviewed.
This is not an interview. He's asked to make a statement.
Stephen, you don't have to do this.
Can I remind you, Ambassador, you were invited to attend as an observer. Also present is the British Ambassador, Harriet Smith. Now, Mr. Tyler, in your own time, if you'd like to tell us what did happen the night your wife died.
I don't fully remember what happened. I believe I know. I had a row with my wife. The party had finished, but I carried on drinking. I was upset. I think, as I said previously, I don't completely recall. But following the party, Jane and I had a row. We'd had a few rows recently. It was all stupid. So unnecessary. We both knew that. And afterwards we made up. We always did. I helped to put her to bed as usual. I can't recall giving Jane her injection. And I know I did. I had had a lot to drink at the party and I was upset by the fight, the row. So I left the house. I felt I needed some fresh air, a walk. And I continued drinking. I was so drunk. I got home. Because I didn't remember the first injection. I gave Jane. I didn't mean to. I gave her a second injection. It was an accident.
He's confessed.
Damn it, we should have gone for immunity.
Is that all you're here to say?
I'm not blaming you.
And that's it, is it?
You're taking this the wrong way.
Tell me what you found out.
Okay. Went to a couple of bars, he bought a coffee. The problem is, all of the sightings are before 2:30 a.m.
Just have to keep looking. There must be someone who saw him on St. Stephen's Green that morning.
I've tried, I can't find anyone.
Keep trying.
Harriet. His story doesn't add up. If he was there all night, somebody would have seen him. And this handy alcoholic blackout he claims he had, for that kind of blanket amnesia, Stephen would have had to have been so drunk, he'd been literally comatose.
You think his story's a cover-up?
I think he's lying.
You get out there and keep looking.
Are you all right, Ambassador?
Well, I've just shouted at John, so perhaps you better keep out of my way.
Why? What happened?
Stephen's confessed. He's lost all faith in his own innocence. He's taken on board everything that the police have said.
You still feel he's innocent?
Don't you?
I trust Stephen completely. Although I think he did conceal quite a lot from us to start off with, and that surprised me.
Maybe.
Also, he wasn't honest about Jane's illness.
Yes. But I can understand that. Sometimes it's easier not to make things public. I hope it's not because of me.
I don't think so.
Catherine, I'm not going to pretend that I don't know about you and John.
Ambassador, we never meant to keep that from you. There's been so much going on, there was never the right moment.
That's fine by me, but I don't want you to conceal it on my account.
Not at all.
I'd like to think that we can be open with each other.
So would I.
You do believe that Stephen's innocent, don't you?
Of course.
Why? 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 Why?
What happened?
Sorry about this.
Stephen.
Leave it be.
Stephen. Stephen, why are you doing this to yourself?
I've embarrassed the embassy.
No, you haven't.
I've let everyone down.
No, you've always been a credit to the embassy. You haven't.
I'll resign.
I won't let you. Listen to me. I believe in you. And I want you to hold on to that. Why did you confess?
It was the right thing to do.
It isn't the right thing to do if you didn't do it. And I don't think you did. This wound. You got it the night Jane died, yes? Where was it treated? Stephen, you've got stitches. Where did you get them?
He was in casualty from about 2 o'clock that night. According to the hospital, no one knows quite what happened to him. He looks to have had a fall. He could have been knocked over, but the ambulance brought him to St. Mary's, and he discharged himself at 4 a.m. That explains where he was that night.
So it was the fall that caused the amnesia, not the drink.
I'm sorry this has taken so long to resolve, but I'm sure you understand.
Is it resolved? He was not responsible for his wife's death.
He couldn't have administered the second injection.
Poor Jane. She must have been confused and done it herself.
Misadventure.
Why didn't you find her fingerprints on the syringe?
We did.
Shouldn't you have made that clear?
We thought he might have placed them on the syringe afterwards.
So you thought it was murder in cold blood?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You must be very disappointed, dear Slater.
I don't have a problem letting an innocent man go. I'm very sorry for everything, Mr. Tyler. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Thank you for your support.
I'm so pleased, Mr. Tyler. Ambassador, A letter's come from the FCO. It has a privacy marking on it.
Susan, can you telephone Eileen and ask her to prepare a room at the residence for Mr. Tyler?
Of course.
Stephen, I'm so glad. It's fantastic news. Mr. Flaherty left a message for you. The Justice Department have agreed to the extradition subject to a medical report.
Good.
As you weren't available, I passed on the information to David Hartson, who's already spoken to a Home Office medical examiner, who doubts Casey will last more than a few weeks.
Well, that's justice of a kind, I suppose. Well done anyway, Catherine.
I'm going to go now.
Stephen, where are you going? You know your job's secure. I'll arrange compassionate leave for you. The FCO will look after you. Stephen, I want you back.
I'm going to see Jane.
I'll come with you.
No. Thank you, Ambassador.
Don't you want to see this?